Good morning.
Good morning.
Unfortunately, I am going to be working today, so I'm going to be popping in and out.
I'm working today too. I feel you there.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of work.
Good morning.
Somehow finance and crafting doesn't go together.
Tell me about it.
So, yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm hoping it's only going to be today and tomorrow I'll be free, but we'll see.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning. I just lost my chat.
Good morning. The babies.
The middle one. Say hi, everybody.
Hello.
You're the baby? No, you're not the baby.
You're a little, not a baby.
Nope. Say, I'm a big girl. I'm on day 3 of keeping my pull-up dry at night.
Whoa.
Good job.
Say, yeah, I'm big.
You know, only this place could you tell us things like that and we'd be excited for you. You know what I mean?
All right, here's your ice.
Alexandra, it is so wonderful to see you.
Hey, Gina.
Hi, how are you doing? We've all been so worried about you.
I'm all right. I'll explain everything in a minute when everyone's in.
Anyway.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Carmen.
Morning.
Turn my camera off.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
You have to go out. You need to go.
Good morning, Wendy.
Boarded.
Uh-oh. Someone sounds sick.
I hope it's allergies.
Sound like me the last 2 weeks. I had 2 viruses 2 weeks in a row.
Oh,
I had 3 days in between, but other than that.
Well, if I'm sick, I caught it from the VA, so I blame them.
Oh, Lisa, I just want to tell you, thank you once again for this awesome, awesome handout that you put
you
together.
are welcome. It's like my brain. Have fun. When I used to take classes at the stamp store that was down the street from me, we used to do a big party and we would do a printout, not with all the little printables and stuff, but it would have everything in it. So I'm kind of looking towards that.
It's awesome. Thank
And the
you.
wrap up will have all the other details as I have them.
Good morning, everyone. I've figured things out here on my side. This is Grass.
Hi, Grass.
Hi, Grass.
How is everyone this morning?
Wonderful. Love the box you sent, Alex.
Thanks,
Me
Gina.
too.
I'm mostly awake.
I've had no coffee, no tea, no nothing.
I'm only halfway through my first cup, so I'm still working on it.
Yeah, I just made one. So I'm going to pick it up. It should be ready.
The foil fairy's in the house. Hi, Carrie.
I wouldn't even be able to boot up my computer unless I had a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
It's very New York of you.
Yeah, I guess it is, but there's no taking the New Yorker out of the girl.
No,
Even 18 years in Florida.
No.
No, you
Never.
can't take New York out. Once you've lived in even New York State, you're always from New York. So
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about that.
Hi, Penny.
I mean, I was
I guess
born
it
in
depends. I guess it depends on the kind of New Yorker you were before you left.
Right.
Yeah, I lived in rural New York, out in the country.
You know, I was a city girl. I grew up in Queens.
I grew up near Albany.
That's not New York to me.
That's New York State.
Yeah.
New York State,
still
but
from
when I
New
say
York.
New York, when people say New York, they usually mean the city.
I know they mean that, but I correct them usually.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's no denying that I'm from Queens.
Yeah.
I had a cab driver once ask me, "What part of Queens are you from?" I'm like, "Oh, that's a little scary."
He was good with accents.
Yeah, because you can tell. I mean, there's different accents even between Queens and the Bronx and Brooklyn and Staten Island.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I just have
And
to
then
say
there's
that
that
after the
basic-
week that I've had this week, it sure is wonderful to see all of you. I absolutely enjoy these times and they fill my bucket when I get to see all of you and talk and everything.
Okay.
So thank you.
Yeah, I've been working late every night. I haven't even made the Inktoberfest things. I've been working every night till like
Oh, yeah.
10:30,
Oh.
starting
Same
at
here.
8. All I know is it better show up in my bonus. That's all I know. When I get my bonus in January, if they didn't comp me, they're gonna hear it.
I never worked anywhere where you got a bonus.
No, I work for a nonprofit. There are no bonuses.
I worked as a nurse, so you know I didn't get any bonus.
Well, I have to have some benefit for working in finance for 27 years, right?
Oh, one would hope.
Mhm.
Gotta show up on my bonus, especially when the new medical came out for January. Oh my lord.
I didn't get a bonus for working in military intelligence for 13 and a half years. So,
Yeah, it's a government job. What do you want? Private sector, finance, that's where all the money is, right? They better put some of it in my paycheck.
Mhm.
All right, Lisa, are we good to go?
Uh-huh.
You don't get a bonus for being a stay-at-home mom either.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the hardest job, I think.
Yes,
I never did it, but I was the oldest of 5, so I got a little taste with all my brothers and sister.
I did it.
All right. Are we ready to go? Gina's saying, yep. All right. I'm sorry. I know the camera is wonky, but I can't lean forward to pick it up. So I'll see if I can fix it in the next bit. Well, welcome to the final crafter party of 2022. We've had a blast all year. We do have the Christmas card making coming up in 2 weeks' time as well, which is the one-day one. But this is our last weekend retreat of the year, and we will be talking about holiday cards and winter projects and all those kinds of things. And we have some really cool stuff coming up over the weekend. So what we decided to do, because we just did the Christmas release a couple of weeks ago, is we've done a mini release, and it's kind of along like a rustic woodland, kind of like a Hedgehog Hollow theme. That's kind of what we channeled for this little release. So we're going to have some stuff in there. So I'll take you through that in a minute. We're going to go through some housekeeping, all that kind of stuff. And then Carrie will be with us at 11. She has a super cool thing for us. And she even did a little handout as well, which I have, I think. I do. So I'll show you that. So thank you everyone for all the well wishes and the emails and the notes. So for those of you who didn't know, it's kind of been a year. Greg and I obviously split up, and then I had to have a pretty big surgery 2 weeks ago. It's actually due to happen during Hurricane Ian, and they delayed it. So it happened 2 weeks ago. So that kind of threw off everything, because we'd all planned for Alex to be out during that time, and then it all got moved. So I apologize. We dropped the ball on some things and things like that as well. So yeah, I really apologize that we kind of messed a few things up. But I think we did upgrade everyone's boxes. So hopefully lots of you have your boxes ready. And there's a couple of other things that have kind of happened, but we've tried to fix it the best we can. So for those of you who didn't know, I lost 100 pounds. I was 300, and then now I'm like way under 100 pounds over the last 3 years. So if you've been watching Hedgehog Hollow for a long time, you've seen that change. I'll show you a picture, because it was going around the other day. We were talking about it, and I added it in my phone, so I can show you. So this is, and here, if I go like this, there's my desktop. So you can see that's what I looked like 3 years ago, almost to the day. Weirdly, we found this picture in there as well. So I had bariatric surgery. I lost all this weight, and in the process I did some damage to my stomach muscles. They were all cut up, and 2 kids and all that stuff. So I had to have that fixed, and then I decided to also do a tummy tuck and have all the skin removed, because I lost all this weight and I was really unhappy with how it looked. So And it was causing me other issues. It was causing back issues and all kinds of things. So I had all of that done. So that's where I have been. I've been laying in bed for 2.5 weeks. Lisa and Amanda and Kim and Chris have all been holding the fort for me while I lay in bed. The issue was, first of all, we lost our roof during the storm. So we've had a lot of contractors in. And then the day after my surgery, a friend stayed over the night and he woke me up the next morning. He's like, I hate to have to wake you up because I'm still on pain meds. I still have anesthesia in my body. And the whole master suite was flooded. And it even came out into where we have some of the business. The master suite was under like 2 inches of water and it had started to like flood out and things. So it's been interesting. So my bed is in the lounge. They tried to put me in a hotel. I couldn't even get to the hotel. I passed out like literally there and then. So it was an absolute mess. So it's been like 2.5 weeks of hell. And it's just Maddie and me and then Tilly half the time. So yeah, it's been an absolute pain, but it looks amazing. And I have my binder on. So if you see me kind of go like, whew, it's just because the binder is super tight that they put on over all the incisions. And every now and again, I just can't breathe. So I can't lift anything. So, and I can't bend down. So if I drop something, we're kind of stuffed today. We're just going to have to get a new one. But anyway, so I'm glad to be here. Thank you again for all the well wishes. So for those of you who wondered where I've been, that's why I had all my abs cut. So I literally couldn't do anything for like the first 10 days. Lisa will tell you. I've been in the ER more times than she probably cares to remember. I had seizures and I kept passing out and they couldn't figure it out. I was actually in the ER yesterday and, but I'm okay. I'm here and I have rested all week so that we can have a fun weekend. So with that being said, let's begin the crafter party. Thank you for all the little messages in there. I'm reading them as I'm going along as well. So Lisa has been an absolute doll and she has structured today so that I get as much rest time as I can so that the time we do have together is like really cool and full of fun stuff. So that's what we're up to. All right, it has definitely been an adventure, Lisa. Hopefully we only have about 10 days left and they said I should be almost back to normal. So 4 weeks is kind of what they give you as like a full healing. So I'm just over 2 weeks now, but a few setbacks. So anyway, Penny says, watch out, this retired nurse has her eyes on you. Thank you, Penny. All right, so that's where I've been. So for those of you who wondered where I've been, there we go. That's where I've been. All right, so we have all day today and all day tomorrow, 10 till 5. You should have Zoom links in your email. Lisa sent those out last night. Let's see. If you have a question outside of the party, please email Lisa and she'll answer as quickly as you can. You can email her, Lisa, Lisa @makeupforte.com. She's also in the chat. She will be hopping out later. Her daughter has homecoming. It's her senior year. So she's going to do all the prep and all the fun stuff. You might have seen it was Maddie's homecoming last weekend. So I totally get that as well. We did do you, as always, free shipping all weekend long. So you can shop till you drop. As I say, this is a little mini release that we haven't told anyone else about except all of you. You'll be able to see it in just a minute. I'm going to go through it. I've got some of the things here and then we're going to do a little bit throughout the days as well. And then Lisa also made you over here this awesome happy holidays handout for the crafter party. And in here you've got your schedule. So you've got we've got me first thing, then you've got Carrie, then we've got lunch break, Jen Schoolcraft, then you've got me again, Catherine Cartwright, and then Joy to finish up the day. And then you've got tomorrow's schedule in there as well. And just to let you know, so free shipping all weekend long, ends Monday 9 a.m. You have 15% off for the weekend, which is code pumpkin. Okay, so code pumpkin, and that will stack on top of the 30 sale. This is the last weekend to get your clearance items on the 30 sale. As always, don't share codes or links, can't be applied to previously placed orders. If you don't put it in at the time of purchase, Lisa cannot fix it for you. And please make sure you check your shipping address. If you've moved or you use other addresses, just make sure we are shipping it to the right one. We do try to combine shipping as much as we can. And Lisa put that in there. Prices will be sent out next week, as will the wrap-up email. So if you don't see anything by like next Friday, she will also post in the Facebook group when it goes out. So if you're looking for it, you can also check if Lisa has posted in there as well. So there's all of that. Yes. And then in here you have everything that was in the crafter party box as well. So you had 4 stamp sets. I don't actually have a box right now. I'm still waiting for the extra stamps to arrive. There was an issue, but anyway, there's 4 awesome stamps in there. You've got 4 stencils, 5 sheets of the Snow Willow cardstock, which I believe is in the release, Lisa.
Yes, it's in the release.
Yes, so if you love that cardstock like I do, you'll be able to buy it. The printed paper packs, again, we've added those to the release. There's the dictionary word ephemera, the charming snowflakes, the ribbon pack, the envelopes, Maker's Magic, the glitter bundle, and the kaleidoscope bundle. So you've got all sorts of fun stuff in there as well.
Actually, the Snow Willow is not in the release, but if you approve it, I can get it.
I approve.
Okay.
I approve. So there's that as well. And then she has in here all of your supply lists and everything, and you've got space for notes in there too. Plus, Carrie did give us an awesome little printable, which will be in your wrap-up email. And it has all the dimensions because she's got some really cool like gift holders and stuff in there as well. So don't worry about noting down all those dimensions. 1, of course, you have the videos forever. And 2, Carrie has all of that stuff in there as well. Okay. So that being said, so throughout the weekend, we'll go over some of the fun stuff. We do have an hour to craft together later. So if there's anything that anyone's like, oh, I'd really love you to show us that, drop me a comment. I don't really have, I mean, I have some ideas in my head, but I don't have anything specific planned. So if you want me to go over something specific, you can let me know and we can go over that as well. So there are some cool things in this release. We're going to do stamps for now, between now and 11, when Carrie's video starts. So, oh, there is also Kim Skinner is tomorrow. She's done the same thing. You'll also get that in your wrap up. So again, so for Kim and Carrie, don't worry, all of the dimensions you need and everything are going to be there and available for you as well. Okay, so your code is pumpkin. That gives you 15% off the whole store. It just includes the usual gift cards, events, bundles, Misties. Anything I'm missing? I think that's it. So yeah, so all of that's there. All right, so the clear stamps that we've got, I have printouts to work with today. I was hoping that the box outside the front door was there, but it looks like they will arrive to us about the 15th. So then they'll ship straight out to you, which is why we didn't do a holiday release. We did something that's more rustic that you can use the whole year round. So I'm going to do it this way around. All right. So the first stamp set we had, and Lisa will drop links and everything down here for you as well as we go. So the first one is a 6x8 stamp set. I adore this one. It's called Foxy Loxy, and I just love these. Amanda helped me put this one together. They all fit in the spotlight circle, and I think most of them also fit inside of the snow globe too. So if you got the snow globe in the last release, then they all fit in there too. And we did fall and spring, so you can use it any time of year. It'd be great for baby cards or woodland cards or, you know, all that kind of stuff. But how adorable are these little Foxy Loxies? So cute. I really love them. Look at the one with a little butterfly on here. And you can put kaleidoscope of butterflies behind it. Adorable. And then this one was one of my ones. This is Rustic Botanicals. I love this kind of rustic look and effect on stuff, like doing it with browns and reds and all those kinds of things. So we have some florals in here. We have the toads in here. We have the butterflies. We've got the mushrooms. So you could use this to create a really cool background. or you could just use it as a focal piece. No, Delina, this is a special little mini release. There's just a few, you can see there's only a little few in here, that's just for our crafter party. So nobody else tells me about any of these or knows about any of these other than you. So we'll be like just picking pieces and parts throughout the weekend to kind of play with and have fun with. So we have that one. This is mug half full. So I came up with this idea and I gave it to Amanda, and I think the look on her face said, what on earth are you talking about? But she absolutely nailed what I was going for. So the idea is you stamp out your mug like this, and you can add any of these things, like so the adventure begins, there's travel, out of office. So all of these fit onto your mugs. And then your foam of your mug is essentially these pieces here. So you can have that in the top here. You can have the mountains, you can have the sunset, you can have like basically it's a small beacon of light, which we picked out. You can put that in there. So it's just kind of a fun one. And you can pair it with some of the coffee stamps we already have as well. But basically, you know, your mug is half full. Let's go on an adventure. Let's travel. This is one of my favorite ones. I'm hoping everyone else loves it too, because I'm really excited to play with this one. I might cut some up so we can kind of play with it and see. Or if I can get my illustrator going, I can put that together. We also have some rustic borders. The holiday borders we did was super popular, the winter borders. So we added some of these because I thought this is easy. You can put this across the front of a card, just add a sentiment and off you go. Or sometimes you put a sentiment down, it's like, oh, that's not quite enough. So you've got things like this that you can stamp underneath and like underline your sentiments, or have a big sentiment and then just add this as a flourish, or use some of the big dies we've got. So it's kind of just that like finishing touch. It can either be the focal point of your card, clean and simple, or you can do it to embellish a card just to add that like little final touch to it as well. And these are ones that you can use, you know, year round. You've got leaves and roses and vines and things you can use the whole year round, not just winter things. Then we have sketched cardinal, which I love cardinals. Obviously they're a sign of you know, lots of different meanings for lots of different people, but I just thought this was a really nice one. You could stamp this very clean and simple. You could color it, you could watercolor it. I think it looked great in kaleidoscope powders as well. This fills a full A2 card up. And then you've got forever in our hearts, be free as a bird, hello, sing your song, hang in there, love you. This too shall pass, cardinals appear when angels are near. In loving memory, be strong, thinking of you, you are lovely, and be you. So really nice sentiments you can use with all sorts of things. And we really jam-pack those sentiments in. So you have lots and lots of different things in there as well. And Fanatic, this was another one of mine. I love the, Amanda comes up with a lot of the sentiments. I give her a few ideas, but she did, you're so ferny. And I thought that was just funny. Feeling fernsy. You're fantastic. Best ferns forever. Fernally, gosh, Fernet, I forgot your birthday. So happy for you. And then again, these are great. You can use them just as, you know, one sprig across and then add a very clean, sensible sentiment. You can add a bold sentiment, or you can use it to create a really nice wreath. We did some curved ones, so you can make wreaths, or you can make like the laurel pieces. Also, you could do backgrounds with it, all those kinds of things as well. So you've got lots and lots of different options in there. And then we did, this is a blown up version of this. I'll stamp this out in a minute. This is called, is it large floral, I think? Yeah, so it's called Stamp Floral Background White Rubber. I think it's large floral, something like that. So much detail in here. I love this style. Like, it reminds me, my grandma growing up loved something called Laura Ashley, which is like the most British of British decorating. And she always used to have like things like this. I have a damask bed cover from her. And when I found this image, I was like, oh my goodness, somehow I have to scan it and turn it into a stamp. It's a super old image that I found. And I absolutely love, there's like a little bumblebee in here. There's like so many things when you start diving in that you can see in here, and it makes the most beautiful background. We'll stamp it out in a second. We'll do that in a minute. There's that one. And then you've got Neatly Tied, which is here. This is a bow background. I'm a sucker for bows. I love bows for all sorts of things, like baby cards, Christmas cards, you know, the whole year round. I'm just a bow girl. I have bows on everything. It used to drive Greg nuts. And then you've also got the solid bow, and you've got the outline bow. So if you want to stamp some out, you can, you know, layer up and do things like that as well. Chris, you get the YouTube link in the wrap up There's no YouTube link usually during the day for these ones. So yeah, so they are the stamps in this little mini. I say it's just a mini release. It's and we did it just for our crafter party peeps. So let's grab a big bit of cardstock. Let's see, the largest I've got here is this one. And I'm going to use shell suit. So for those of you who get the ColourPop, the ink, we don't know what happened to it with UPS. It just, I don't know. Between UPS and the people who make the ink, it was super late. So it's supposed to be here in about 7 days. So you've all got your boxes on the way. This is the color that will be in there, shell suit. All I have is a sample one. I don't even have a proper one yet. So just so you know on that one as well. But we gave you some extra things because the ink wasn't in there. So you can kind of see what kind of color it's going to be. All right. Okay, so for those of you who can't make a bow to save your life, I have 2 tricks I will show you. One of them I don't have here. It's called the 5-second, I think it's 5-second, or is it 10-second? 5-second bow maker. One of my friends actually invented it, but it really, really works. It's super easy. She does a video that goes with it. And then the other way to do it is on a fork. If you've never tried that, I'll do it with the ribbons that are in the box. I'll grab some. And it makes it super easy. So this is shell suit. So this is the color you will be getting. So if you get ColourPop, we'll send this out to you. We're going to just send them separately because I'm going to hold all your other goodies. See how we did. Look at that. And this is the reason we did it in the white rubber, because you can see all the detail that you get in there, which you just wouldn't be able to get with a photopolymer stamp. But like, and I love that color. It's like that pinky purple magenta color as well. So there you go. So I love that. So, and I love this stamp too. Like, it's just such a pretty stamp. You can see like all the detail and stuff on there as well. So that's the large floral background. Let's stamp out the, I kind of want to do that and then foil it because I printed it on the big toner. I think it would look so pretty foiled. I see Gina's in the top left for me and she's like nodding her head. She's like, yeah. So I might have to foil that later and see how it comes out. Harry, I think I need to print you some out and send them to you so you can foil them. That would just look awesome foil. And then what colors we've got here. So today's crafting sessions, I actually have to plan out a little bit because we can't just. Now let's just do it with shell suit. It's such a pretty color. We did. And there is a bundle for all the stamps and there's a bundle for all the stencils, which we'll go over later. And actually, I think we're going to do stencils tomorrow. And then there's a bundle for all of it, I think. One is a set with the papers and stuff in it too. Like that. So that's what the 2 white rubbers look like. And then you can take, let's move this to the side for a second. I'm going to put it in its bag so that I don't make a complete mess out of this. Oh yeah, I like that idea. Carrie says she wants to use shell stew with fresh prints on some holiday cards. I think that would be really cool. So you've got the solid one, so you can cut some out if you wanted to make one of these solid. And then you have the outlines. So if you wanted to like decoupage or pop one up, or just have a bow to go on, say like the wreath, or to go on the snow globe, or those options in there as well. So they're your mini release of stamps. So what does everyone think? What's everyone's favorite stamp in there? I want to know. I'm always nosy. The mug half full. I love that mug half full. I'm glad you all like that, because when I first told Amanda my idea, she did kind of look at me like I was slightly crazy. She's kind of like Alex, you really sure you want a mug with like travel stuff coming out of it? I was like, yeah. And we could do add-ons, because then we could do like holiday add-ons, we could do Easter add-ons, and we can do Valentine's Day add-ons, and we can do, you know, so you can kind of see where my head's going with that one. The botanical and ferns, the ferns and mugs. The mugs would be perfect for my scrapbooks. Oh, I like that idea, Melanie. Christine likes the ferns, the background, the mug, the background, the skylines. So all over. Mugs and used marshmallow paste. Oh yes, Deb. That would be so cool. I also kind of want to know, I don't know if I've got, let's see what I got to hand, and then I got to grab stuff in a minute to do our things. What about for our craft hour? Is there anything that anyone's like been struggling with, or they want to know something about, or I don't know, any of that kind of stuff? We have an hour together this afternoon. I have some ideas for some different techniques I can share with you, but if people, oh my God, look at this. I hadn't done this before. So when you spritz the shell suit, look, it went like neon pink. Anyway, sorry, I digressed because I wanted to try something out. Never use kaleidoscope powders, how to reverse an image. Penny likes all the white rubber. Me too, Penny. I'm trying to clean this off, but my cloth is so dirty. Uh, 3 p.m. with Catherine uses kaleidoscope powder, and she was really like, OMG. Okay, that sounds good. I haven't seen any of these videos. Also, remember there's Inktoberfest. So if you want to look at a particular ink technique, you can go over to Inktoberfest and do it as well. But what I was thinking was, I'm going to do it in my Misty. So I'm going to put my black down. I know it's going to cut off that little bit at the corner, but it's okay. So this piece is bigger than I need it to be when I mount it up. But I want to see what this looks like. I wanted to do kaleidoscope powder, but I don't have it clear. But I was wondering what it looks like with the white ink. So I thought we could try that. I'm going to put this down. Pick it up. Here's my white. Hopefully not one I've ruined, but we'll see. So the only downside is white rubber and white ink, obviously. Not the best combination, but it's okay. So we'll flip this over. Probably going to need a couple of stamp paints because one, it's really detailed, and two, it's a pretty big expanse. Yeah, we're going to do this a couple of times. Also, my white might need re-inking, so You all know I love this white. Because I'm pressing really hard and now I see the ink coming up. So I think this one needs a re-ink. And you re-ink your pigment pads exactly the same as you do your dye pads. If you saw our Inktoberfest party, that looks better. Smash. Does toner on paper ever dry out? No, it shouldn't do, Gina, because it's just a, so toner is a thermographic powder. It's kind of like really thin embossing powder. And then all the laminator does is remelt it, and the toner sticks to it as it dries, because it dries really fast, or cools fast and hardens basically. There we go. It's starting to look better. But look how pretty this is. So I think I need this side. We'll just smash it. Yeah. This up as best I can. So you can see like how pretty that would be. And then you could add just a embossing powder on top. You could add clear. You could do a diamond glaze if you want to add sparkle. You could do, let's see, you could do a color if you wanted to add something in between. You know, lots and lots of different ways, but I really love that as just a background piece. And then maybe cut out of the rose gold ripple paper. You could cut a band across here and stuff like that as well. So you can do that. But remember, you need to heat set this in some way. So you either heat set it for a longer, and you'll find that that works a lot better. So that's on that. Any questions on the white ink too? I know I haven't been around so much for Inktoberfest and things, so I want to make sure that if you've got any questions, I answer them on the white too. I'm just going to clean this off. I think I'm going to use this stamp a lot this weekend, so I'm going to try and keep it clean as we go along. For those of you who watch regularly, you know that I'm not very good at keeping my stamps clean, so it's a miracle that I'm cleaning that one off. Grass says she loves this print. I love this print too. I'm going to be using the stamps so much. This might be my like new go-to background stamp when I want to try something out, because I really, really love those colors on there as well. So there's that too. Clean. Something on it. It needs a deep clean, but that's enough for now at least. Okay. Yeah, it does. It reminds me of being, like I say, so growing up, I don't know if any of you know, but it's a thing called Laura Ashley in England. And that's what I was saying. It reminds me of that like older kind of vintage. I have a bed set, a duvet set that was my grandmother's, and it reminded me of that print. So as soon as I saw this, it was a page in like an old book. I was like, okay, we have to scan this in. Somehow we have to turn this into a stamp. So it kind of has a sentimental attachment to it, but I do just love that print. Let's see what else we've got over here that we can play with. We've got about 20 minutes before our next one. Going there. We also have a new color fairy floss this weekend. That is in your color pop boxes, but you got a little sample of it. For those who got it, let's see. We're going to do this, but we're going to do this one later. For those of you who wanted rustic pumpkin patch, we got a few of them in yesterday. I don't know if Lisa's restocked it yet, but that's in there as well. So that's in there too. Oh, I didn't know that, Grace. She said she lived in the UK from 1989 to 2002. So later on, if you have the Take Root stamp set, this one. I'm going to do a scene with it. I kind of have a couple of ideas. So we'll definitely be doing that at 2 o'clock as well. What else do I have that I wanted to show you? I bought this big box of stuff in. And then it's kind of just Harry loved Laura Ashley. So my first ever bedroom that I had at home, that was Laura Ashley. And yeah, I always remember the whole Laura Ashley thing. And it was green with daisies. And then I had a pink damask one as a teenager because obviously I was too cool to still have green with daisies at that point. So somebody asked me if I could share. Someone sent me an email. I can't remember who it was. Send me an email on this. So I wanted to share with you. So how this window to winter works. So I wanted to show you that. So I'm just going to grab out a piece of cardstock here. So I like to start by stamping out my snow globe. And the one thing I'm going to say is just put it on the paper and let it move, because if you start doing this, you'll get a squished snow globe. You see, it'll just stay. Whereas if you just let it kind of plop down, it naturally goes back to the way the photopolymer was made. So we're going to stamp this one out first. And then we'll peel this off. And then you can decide if you want to add anything in the background. So for instance, if you want, we'll do a little bit of this. And we'll do this in the black. So say for instance, maybe you want a few trees in the background. I'm also going to grab a scrap piece of cardstock. That's blank. And I need a green. We use Hyde Park because it happens to be right here. And right now that's what matters. And I'm going to do a quick, no, I didn't do a good job of that. Let's do it. I'm going to do a quick stamp. Where's that? So when you do the quick stamp, it just has to be a clean quick stamp. Because I want it to be nice and light in the background like this. Oh yeah, I like that. Good crystal ball for Halloween, and particularly with like either the crystals or you could put the magical brew in there. These would look cute in there, like little happy hauntings. What's everyone doing for Halloween this year? Anyone got Halloween plans? Pull this one up. Then I'm going to use the nativity scene. And do the best job of that. Let's do that again. Like my smush is right here and I'm still doing this. Like, it's insane. It's my year to hand, chances it's her year to hand out candy. Melanie's going to be Maleficent. Nice. I was supposed to be Harley Quinn. I don't know if I'm going to make Harley Quinn. Maybe for like half an hour. My best friend is having a Halloween party. I spent a fortune on a costume and I kind of feel obliged that maybe I should go, but we'll see. I told her I have to sleep after the crafter party. So we'll see. I'm also going to add a little bit of this in a minute, just because I want to add a little bit of glitz to it. But what I like to do now is take some markers and what colors we've got here, but we're going to make our snow globe work with these. There's some Copics right here. No idea why they're sitting here, but we'll make it work. So I'm going to use a warm 3, and a warm 2, and a warm 0. And I think a little bit of BOO. And making out the blending trios that are in here, so they'll work. Okay, there's a few trios in here. So what I like to do is add just like a little bit of color in. So I'm going to take my W0. Of course, you can make this any color you want. We could even go, maybe we should do green. It's Christmas and holiday theme. So this is G20 if you want to replicate it. And so I'm just looking towards the middle. And so the base of the snow globe shows me that there's heavy lines here. So I'm going to bring my dark to the end of these heavy lines and then just bring my mid just past that. And then I'm just going to go back in with my lightest just to blend it all like that. But you can see that gives you that really nice look. And now all of a sudden it's gone from a pretty stamped image to looking nice and round and bulbous, just like it should. I actually want to use a bit more green, so I'm going to use this one here. This is a G40 and a G43 for my grounding down here. Where my trees kind of are. Because otherwise it just looks like this is floating in midair. You could also just take a black and you could fill this in like black, sorry. Some 5 minutes here. We could take 0.8. So if you misstamp it and you don't want to have that little area, the Remarkable is a true black. So if you have something like a Copic fine liner, or you have the Marvy liners or any of those, they will blend perfectly with the Remarkable. Or like if you miss a bit and you can't restamp, again, you can take that and now all of a sudden it looks, oh, that was exactly how it was meant to be and I didn't misstamp anything. There was never a gap there. Nobody would ever know at this point. So we'll go back to a little bit of green here. And so what I'm actually doing is I'm taking my pen and I'm going around the edge of the nativity image and I'm flicking up. Because I'm just trying to like blend that little bit of background in. Okay. And now I'm doing the same with my G43, but I'm not going around our head or anything. I'm just kind of going around these trees and I'm doing really tiny flicks. So really it's just to blend everything together. Yeah. And then I want a little bit of, just a little bit of coldness in here, not too much. So this is a B00. I'd love to have my 0000, but it's okay. So I'm like outlining around the top here. And this is where I said before to like practice your flicks because you want it to like really fade out. And I'm trying to do it in like a bulbous way so it still looks round, but I'm going to go in with a little bit of the warm 0 because I don't want it too cold. I just want it to appear like, you know, the sky is cooler, but ultimately this is a warm fuzzy kind of feeling card. So we're going to go, and you could leave it blank, but I like how it looks, adding a little bit of color into it. And you could use a C, but I just feel like a C gets a little bit too cool in here. So this is just a little bit of W2. Again, just to add some of that feeling. I kind of feel like it now it goes like a little bit more moody, but and I'm focusing on the right side because we're very heavy with the curves on the right side. So I'm making sure that these curves blend on the right side too. This is the W0 again. I'm just blending out what I put in here. I remember colors layer with alcohol markers too. So if you don't quite have that in between shade, you can create it. And then again, I'm going to go just on the top layer because these do all layer together. I just add a little bit more of that blue. And then there's how it kind of finishes up. So that's that little bit of, you know, finish in there. And if you wanted to, you could add a little bit of kaleidoscope powder. I was thinking, I might regret this, but we're going to try it anyway. I was thinking of just taking my Snow Flurries white. Or you could do a little bit of clear. I like that. So I just stamped it with the white and you can barely see it, but it just adds like these little freckles in there. You could also stamp with water, but I kind of just like how that looks in there. And then you've got that on there, but like that's, so it kind of goes just from like the plain snow globe. You can very quickly just turn it into a really cute little scene as well. So there you go. Lisa says, I just bookmarked it. You mean you bookmarked this to watch it later, Lisa? You like noted down the timestamp. Funny. Oh, there's something else. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks, Ada. So yeah, so that's my little finished snow globe scene. So I wanted to share that one with you. So we'll do more about scenes and stuff later too. And I'm going to use the take route. I'm going to try my lightning idea. So I'm going to have to go grab all the stuff I need to do that. But I'll be doing that as well. So how's everyone enjoyed this morning so far? Did you enjoy kind of just, hopefully you enjoyed just some little tricks and tips, just a simple one, like take the snow globe and turn that into something and do all that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, so hopefully you enjoyed that. All right, so it's time for our first gift card winner. I will do some free orders, but I'm going to give you all some time to do shopping and stuff. So we'll do those after lunch. I kind of feel like maybe I need to go this way. I need to lean that way. So let's load up the winners list that Lisa sent me. Okay. I'm not filled up. I'm pretty sure this person's in here. But I want to check first. Okay, she's not in here right now, but she is, obviously she paid for parties, but she's included. So Mary Ann Orbin is our first winner, Lisa, for the $25 gift card for 10 till 11. Sandy says, is there a link for the whole release? I don't know is the answer. Okay. Oh yeah, you can share it, Lisa. You can share it. I'm going to show you bits of it throughout the thing, but you can go in and see it all and everything anytime you want. So there is the full release. There's some really cool stuff. She sent me a list of what's in it, so I can tell you the stuff we'll be looking at. And I printed everything out. I'm so organized. Lisa's organized, which by default means I should be organized. There it is. There's my piece. I knew I'd need it. So you've got the new ink and re-inker, new sugar sparkles, new glitter, new gems, new cardstock. There's actually 2 new cardstocks because you'll have the snow willow going in there. 2 new embossing powders, a fairy floss, a Stampin' Silhouette, which is really cool, the Stampin' Silhouette, because it's actually a teenager. Lisa, do you want to tell the story of who did the Stampin's, the Silhouette, the covered bridge?
Sure. So when Bethany was still with us, we had the idea of a covered bridge. And we were kind of struggling around with the design and stuff. And I said, hey, any interest in asking a young artist to see what they can put forth? Because a lot of these kids who really want to go into art don't necessarily work with a company until later on. So my daughter Emma has some really incredibly talented artist friends. And I reached out to 2 of them, and one said, landscaping's not really my thing. And the other one, her name is Brooke, said she'd love to give it a try. So we worked with Brooke. She came back and forth with a couple of different sketches and we narrowed it down, and then she kind of took off with it. But the whole idea of the covered bridge stems back from like 5th century or 5th BC century, something. It's too early for history. But she took it from her art class, and they think it's how bookmaking was done. It was all carved, and then prints and stuff were made from that. And it's kind of the precursor to rubber stamping. So that whole design lends homage to that. So I'm waiting to get the extra set so that I can gift it to her. So she really had a great experience working with us and learning how stamps are made and stuff like that. So she can add that to her resume going forward. So yeah, she's an absolute sweetheart.
She really was. So yeah, so that's where the covered bridge came from. So it's not one of my silhouettes. It's one that we had an artist come in for. And then we have 2 white rubber stamps, 6 clears, which you saw me printed. There's 2 sets of ephemera, 5 paper packs. I think Lisa was feeling a bit crazy on the paper packs. And the 2 from the crafter party, and then there's 5 stencils as well. So we have all of those to go in there too. So Can you have Lisa open her? I will speak to Lisa while Carrie's video's on. There's a couple of things she's texted me that she needs to be talked to me about. So bear with us, and then she'll update the comments, and I'll also let you know when I come back before lunch. So next up we have Carrie. As I said, there is a handout, so don't worry about having to worry about, getting all that stuff. And she's going to talk about gift card holders. So I'm going to try and figure out how to do this. Actually, I need to join it on my phone. Lisa, I'm just going to call you and make sure the sound works in a second. I think that'll be easier. So let's do.
Hello everyone, it's Carrie and welcome back to the Crafter Party. Today I went a little overboard as usual. We're making gift card holders and I wanted to share with you some of my very favorite ways to make gift card holders, some that are mailable and some that are not mailable. I'm sharing 6 different ideas with you today, and I know I couldn't stop. But I do have to mention that I had to make some of these rather quickly. So I will have all the measurements in a PDF for you. If you don't want to write everything down, that's absolutely fine. To start off, we're going to make one of my favorite mailable gift card holders. And this starts off with an 8.5 by 11 piece of cardstock. This is the British Racing Green, and I just cut it in half long ways. So it's 11 by 4.25 inches. Now you are going to need a scoreboard for all of these projects today. Hopefully you have one, or paper cutter that also does scoring, and you're going to score this in half at 5.5 inches and then also score at 1.5 inches. That's what's going to create the little pocket for our gift card. So I'm going to go ahead and fold this in half, and then where we scored it at the 1.5 line, I'm going to fold that under. So you can see this is already going to turn into a card, and I'm going to use this 1-inch paper punch that I have. If you don't have a 1-inch paper punch, you can always use your circle punches or your die cuts and cut out a notch with that. But just for the ease of this class, I'm just going to cut out a little notch. That's going to help get the gift card in and out. There we go. Now all we have to do is glue down the edges. So we're just going to put a line of glue at the top and at the bottom of this 1.5 inch scored piece of the cardstock here. I'm going to put an acrylic block over the top and allow that to dry. And while that's drying, I'm going to cut a cardstock that's white to 4 inches by 5.25 so that it fits right in there like that, with a little bit of green showing all the way around. This is where it's perfect to use this beautiful border stamp set. It's called Holiday Borders. I love it. It's from the new release, and I'm going to use one of them today on the edge of that white cardstock. So I'm just choosing which one I want here. I think this one will be really good, and I'm going to heat emboss it using this red cranberry embossing powder. It's really pretty. It's like a dark red, and I think it's going to work great for this project. So I'm just going to line this up on my MISTI, and I'll use some clear sticky ink to ink onto that and press it down on that white cardstock. This is what the embossing powder is going to stick to. I usually like to stamp it a couple of times with that clear sticky embossing ink. And now I'll go ahead and pour this right over the top. Now mine was still closed there. I'm using my tweezers just to open that up there. I find the tweezers really help me out. And then I'll just go ahead and add that to the cardstock. This worked out pretty good. By the way, I did use an embossing buddy bag at the beginning, so I got a pretty great result. I'm just wiping away any excess with a dry paintbrush. And then I'll heat set that, and look how cute that is. Such a pretty cranberry color. So there is that piece of paper, and now we can go ahead and glue that to the inside of our card. It's coming right along. So So I'll just add a small bead of glue here. Press that down, making sure I have a green border all around the outside. I finally received my old hickory cardstock, which I was so excited for. I've been looking for a good brown cardstock for a long time. This one is perfect. It's beautiful, and it's going to be great for some gingerbread men. So I'm stamping these little gingerbread men. This is from the cute Gingerbread Hugs stamp set. There are 2 gingerbread men in there. There's also a gingerbread house, a star cookie, and a Christmas tree cookie. So you could probably use any of those images for this. In fact, you can decorate these any way you want. I'm just giving you some ideas here. And of course, feel free to copy me on any of these. I love to see what you're making, and I love it when you share them to social and tag Maker Forte and tag me too. It's just so fun to see what you're making. So I stamped those and heat embossed those with white embossing powder. Now I'm just going to cut those out, and I'm using some of this beautiful paper. This is from the Winter Watercolors, I believe it is. And I use this throughout, and I'm also going to use some of the paper that came in the Crafter Party kit as well. But this one, I just love the red polka dots. So I'm using some Independence ink around the edges, and that's going to go on the front panel just right there. And then I have a small little piece of paper that's going to serve as the shelf for these 2 little characters to sit on. Now I thought that they needed a little bit of color, so I'm taking some kaleidoscope powder. This is the red color, and I can't remember the name of this right off the top of my head, but I will have all the products listed. Hopefully Lisa's going to be sending out that list for you, and so you can know what this one is if you're interested. But you could use any kaleidoscope powder you want, and all you have to do is take a small amount of it, put it onto your paintbrush, and add a little bit of water, and it becomes the most beautiful, vibrant paint that just kind of glistens in the light. So I'm going to hold this up in a minute so you can see the difference. I think it really does add quite a bit to this gingerbread man. So I wanted to share that with you. He's so happy. See, look here. All right, so you can kind of see that glinting in the light there. So now I'm just going to go ahead and put this all together. I cut another piece of the green cardstock, the British Racing Green, to serve as a shadow for the Gingerbread Kisses stamp that I also used for the sentiment. And by the way, this piece of paper right here is 3 3/4 inches by 4 inches. I did stamp that in some palm tree ink, so it's a beautiful green that matches all of these colors here. And now I'm going to go ahead and glue those all down using the liquid adhesive. Now usually I like a little dimension to my card, but since this is going to be one of our mailable gift cards, I wanted it to be as flat as possible, and so I'm only gluing everything down with liquid adhesive for this one. Of course, I couldn't resist adding a few gems to the card. You're going to see me using some gems throughout. These crown jewel gems are gorgeous. This is one of the green ones. So I added some more green, and they just shine in the light. So here's our first card. Take a look at how cute that is. It's got the border there. There's space for you to write a message. Put your gift card in there. This one's for Nectar, which is one of my favorite juice bars where I get my green drinks. All right, for our second card, I'm going to be using some of this gorgeous Redwoods cardstock. I love that Maker Forte cardstock is nice and thick, which is 100-pound cardstock, so it's perfect for card bases. This time I cut the paper in half the opposite direction. So this measures 5.5 by 8.5 inches, and we're going to score it in half at 4.25, and then also at 1 inch. So this is going to be a similar idea to the other card we made, but this one's more of a vertical card. So these are both so simple and easy to make. Hopefully I'm showing you just how simple they are. and they're great for mailing. So it's a card, it's basically a regular card size with just a flap for the gift card. So I love this idea. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and cut a notch in this one as well using that same punch. Now this time there is more room for the gift card, so you can add more than just a bead of glue. You can actually make it a little bit thicker. So I am going to add a little bit more thickness to the glue there. And then I'll put the acrylic blocks over the top to allow that to dry. You could also use score tape, something really, really strong. So for this one, I just cut a strip of paper down the side. This measures 3/4 inch by 5 3/8 inch. That white cardstock in the middle is 4 1/8 inch by 5 3/8. I just wanted to have a border. So basically you're just cutting it small enough so that there's a red border all the way around. So then I'll place that on the side there and then add that to the card on the inside. Pretty simple so far. And there's the start to this card right there. For the outside panel, I wanted to use one of these foilable pattern papers. This is Christmas wrapped in foil, and it's a 6x6 paper. And while I am choosing these papers, I'm going to choose quite a few of them to foil up because I know that I'm going to use this for another gift card holder where you need a 6x6 piece of cardstock or paper. Usually I like to use something that has like a Christmas design. Foil is going to be great. You can use any Christmas paper that you have. So I'm just choosing my favorites here, and I'm going to foil all of these up. You know I can't resist that foil. So I've chosen 4 different designs. I'm going to set that aside to do the foiling. For this card, I wanted my focal point to come from this stamp set called Holiday Spotlights. There are some gorgeous images. This one with the reindeer is the one I really wanted to use. There is a circle die cut in the Maker Forte nested circle dies that is the perfect size for cutting this out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp this up real quick, and then while my foiling machine is heating up, I'll have this part all ready. So I'm going to use my prime time to get this stamp ready. Since this is my first time using this stamp, and there are quite a bit of solid pieces in this image, this prime time will really help it to stamp very well. All you have to do is spray that prime time on, allow it to sit for about a minute, and then wipe it off, and then it's ready for stamping. And look, I got a really great impression the first time. I'm using Fresh Prints ink for this, which is a beautiful lime green, kind of a lighter spring green, but it works well for Christmas too. And around the edges, I want to use my favorite Welsh Dragon. So I'm going to just ink that up around the edges. You can see I had it tilted, so I got it all over my Misty. But that's okay because that is just the price you pay for stamping around the outside. And that looks pretty cool, but I wanted it to be a little darker, so I'm going to go in one more time, kind of angling my ink pad there, and then I'm wiping off the inside edge with my towel. And the reason for that is I didn't want to get any harsh edges. I just wanted it to kind of blend into that Fresh Prints ink, and it looks so pretty. So now I'm going to go ahead and die cut this out. And I also die cut out a couple extra pieces of green cardstock. That's going to give this a little more stability. So I'll glue all of that together just like so. So we have 3 layers for this. And there we go. I'm going to add that reindeer piece right to that outside and put my acrylic block right over the top. All right, back to this paper here. My foiling machine is ready. Now I just need to choose some colors of foil. Of course, I'm going to do some reds and greens. Those are my favorite traditional colors. But of course, you can do whatever colors you want, whatever color scheme you have in mind. I am using my foil brush for this. I have a separate brush that I have set aside just for foiling, especially for foiling toner paper and toner sheets. This is really going to help. So I'm going to dust that off and then add that to my mink carrier sheet here. Normally I would use a parchment paper, but this was just really handy. So I have this set on the number 3, and there's our foiled result with that green. I think I am going to hold it up to show you. There we go. So pretty. I love foil. So I'm going to go ahead and foil up all the rest of these here. I foiled the reindeer. Look at that in red. Love it. And then I also foiled up the ornaments in red. I'm going to save this, by the way. I think that's going to make a gorgeous tag. Here's the other one, which is the ornaments. Just like that. So pretty. And then I also foiled up one other green one. This one right here. Nope, I guess I did this one in red as well. So that's a really pretty pattern for that. I thought that one was a little too busy for my reindeer. So I'm trying to choose which one, and I end up choosing that reindeer. Of course the reindeer goes with the reindeer, but I had to try them all just to make sure. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this piece of paper down. This is going to be 3 1/8 inch by 5 3/8 inch. So that's going to fit perfectly on that front panel. So I'll go ahead and attach that, and then we'll attach the reindeer off to the side. And see how I'm only placing the glue on the portion that's going on that panel. I definitely don't want to glue these panels together or the card won't open. So I left that whole right side clear. And should we turn this into Rudolph? Of course we should. So here's some more crown jewels, of course. And it also covers up any imperfections you might have in your foiling. That's how I decide where my extra embellishments go. That's just a little secret between you and me. All right, so here's our second card all ready to go. I did end up stamping a sentiment on the inside, but look at that, how great that fits in there. So let me show you that sentiment real quick. Just a little bit of foil there, and 'tis the season to be jolly. Stamp that in the palm tree ink as well. And there we go. There's our second card. Look how fast this is going. Time flies when you're having fun. Now, sometimes I want to give a gift card with more than just a card. I like to give candy sometimes, and this has always been one of my very favorite ways to give chocolate and a gift card, and that's by making a little case for it, and it kind of has a secret opening. So I have a piece of 6x6 paper here for this one. This one will fit a Hershey's bar in it, but I'm also going to show you how to make one a little bit larger for those of us that have distinct tastes and we want a larger chocolate bar. For this one, I'm scoring at 2.5 inches, 2 3/4 inches, 5 1/4 inches, and 5 1/2 inches. So look here, I am going to fold all those score lines. It's kind of hard to see in this video, but you'll be able to see it as I fold these over. They're really thin little layers. So we're going to form kind of a box, like half a partial box, I guess. So I'm folding all those up, and then look at this, it's going to close together like that. But before you close it, you want to die cut a hole in the top, and it needs to be big enough to fit ribbon. So I found this ribbon. I've got a couple choices here. This one measures 3/4 inch, and this one is 1.5 inch ribbon. So for the Hershey bar, I decided for some reason to use the larger ribbon. So I need a die cut that will fit that large ribbon through it. I found this one in my stash. It's a rectangle, so you can use any rectangle you have. You can use an oval, you can use a square even, or a circle. On the next one, I'm going to use a circle. So you want to line it up to be kind of in the middle of one of those panels. So you can only die cut one at a time because we have that box there. And I want to line up the second one even with that first one. So I'm just kind of eyeballing it, lining them up the same distance down from the top. I'm really just eyeballing it. I don't have measurements for this part because it does depend on which die cut you use. So I ended up having to cut the edge just a little bit. So we're going to have a smaller little tab to glue this together. But because my die cut was so large, I needed to cut that off just a touch. And now I'm going to use some score tape on that panel. It's actually really just a little ledge there. And now we can go ahead and close up this partial box. So I'm just very carefully lining up those edges and taping that down. So there is our box beginnings. Now here's the cool part. Watch this. Take your ribbon and put it through both of those die cuts and kind of line it up so that it's even. And then take your Hershey bar and press that ribbon down into the box. See, there's not a bottom to this box, but the ribbon's going to hold that in. And then you'll tie the ribbon at the top, just like this. Now, this is going to be a really large bow, but I personally really like large bows. And then look at this. You pull the whole ribbon up in the knot right there, and it pulls up the entire Hershey bar. It's like a secret trick. It's like a sliding magic trick. So for this one, I'm just going to use a glue dot, just a simple glue dot to add that to the candy bar. And you want to add it high enough so that it does not interfere with where the die cut is. So see, I'll show you in a second. In fact, I moved this one up just a little bit. So see, here it's getting stuck right there. So I moved it so that when you pull it all the way out, the card doesn't interfere with the opening and closing. So I moved it down just a little bit so that the card would be down more to the middle of the Hershey bar. Okay, so that's really cool, right? And we're going to decorate that in a second. But it already has the foil. But for this one's bigger. See, it's bigger than a Hershey bar. It's wider. It's actually thicker as well. And for this one, I'm actually going to create a little pocket for the gift card to go in so it's not just sitting on top of the Hershey bar. It's actually in its own little pocket. So what you want for that little pocket is to cut a piece of paper that's 5 inches by 3.5 inches. And then you're going to score it at 1/4 inch right here. And that's going to be the bottom of the pocket. And then score it at the long edge at 2 1/4 and 4.5. All right, so here we are, 2 1/4 right there. See, I had to put my card in just to remember those measurements. 2 1/4 and then 4.5. Okay, just lining that up, making sure I've got it right. Yep, there it is. 4.5. Okay. So this is super simple to make. And all you have to do is fold all those score lines, and then we're going to cut up from that bottom where we scored it, and we're going to cut a little triangle on the score line and then off each side so it creates a little triangle right there. That is going to make it easier to fold it together. So we're not going to get any issues with the paper. But first we also need to cut off this extra tab on this end. So there's an extra tab right there. We're going to cut that right off and then kind of cut off a little bit of an angle right near the bottom there. I hope I am showing you this well enough. I'm trying to explain, but it is so much easier to close up if you snip off those little edges at an angle. All right, so I did cut a little notch in the top. Now all we're going to do is fold up those bottom scored edges. Put a bead of glue right there on those edges, just like that. And then we're also, I forgot to cut a little angle on that one, so I'm going to do that. Then we're also going to glue up this edge. And there you go. Now remember, as a member of the crafter party, you can rewatch this video as many times as you want. So if I didn't explain it well enough, hopefully the video explains it. But look how cute that is to put a little gift card in. So cute, so easy. All right, for this larger one, I've cut a piece of paper to 7.5 by 6 inches. So on here, you can see that I'm scoring at 3 inches, 3.5 inches, 6.5 inches, and 7 inches. And you can see that this particular paper right here is actually 8.5 inches by 6, but I am going to cut that down. So that's why I'm telling you, cut some paper to 7.5 by 6 inches. And this is going to work out perfectly for you. Okay, so I'm folding these just like the last one. Guys, this might be one of my favorites. I'm going to say that to probably all of them, but this really might be one of my favorites. Now I'm taking one of the circle dies that's going to fit that ribbon, this one right here, the smaller ribbon. And look, you can just use a small circle die. That one's going to work just fine. So I'm going to center that in the panel right there and die cut that one out. And then after I do that, I will line up the other one in the center of the other panel, trying to make it the same distance down as the other one. Now I'm just eyeballing this. It doesn't have to be perfect. No one's going to measure and say, hey, you're off. Why did you cut this a little crooked? Nah, they're just going to be glad for chocolate. So see, I am cutting this down now. So there we go. So now this tab is perfect to add your score tape. Right, just like that. And then we're going to put this together just like the last one. I do go pretty slow on this part. I want to make sure I line up those edges just like that. And then I press down on that score tape. All right, and I want to use this paper around the edges. This is, again, from Watercolor Winter, well, let me see. Winter Watercolors. It's one of my favorite Christmas papers. I need to get more of that. And then I'll just glue this down. I just kind of folded those edges around. You can score them if you want to, but again, they're going to be just a little bit wider than the original score. So I find that just kind of folding it around really works just fine. And glue that down, and it helps to put that chocolate bar inside because then it's nice and flat for gluing. There we go. So cute. All right, now here comes the fun part. Put the ribbon through the die cuts and line up those ends of the ribbon. And then put your chocolate bar down in, pressing the ribbon down, and then tie a bow or a knot at the top, whatever you want. There we go. And I'll trim those ends of that ribbon. And there's our larger chocolate bar for discerning palettes. I've already put the gift card holder in the back with the gift card inside. So you can see it's a little more hidden this way. Very, very cute. And to finish these off, I'm just going to use these tags from an earlier Simple Saying set. These are also foilable, so I'm going to go ahead and use these and foil them with green. And I did that off camera because we're running out of time for our gift card holders, and you already know how to foil. So I just cut those out, added the green foil, and now I'm going to add those with some pop dots or some squares here, foam squares. And there we go. Just attach these. And that's all there is to it. Now there is already foil on the background paper of that one. And then this one, of course, has the Christmas paper, but you can add any more decorations that you want. You can add a name tag if you want. You can stamp some snowflakes on that green portion, whatever you want to do. So this is just giving you the basic ideas of how those work. Aren't they fun? That's really fun. Okay, so let's move on to probably my favorite gift card folder ever. This is the one where you need a 6x6 paper, and all you're going to do is score it in half at 3 inches. Score it in half, and then turn it, not that way, turn it the other way, Carrie. There you go. Turn it and score at 2. And the reason I want to do this is because I want the scored at 2 portion to be the bottom of my folder. So I want to make sure the front of my folder is right side up. If there's a design, you want that to be right side up. And then for this, before I glue it down, I just want to cut a little bit off the edges so those edges of the paper do not show. They don't poke out. So see, watch what I'm going to do here. I'm just going to trim a little tiny bit off the edges, kind of like in a diagonal fashion, right there, just like that, just a little bit. And just doing that is really going to help it to fold and not make that paper buckle and not make it kind of poke out the edges there. I'm using my bone folder just to get a nice fold. And then you have got the makings of the cutest and the fastest gift card holder ever. I could probably make a bunch of these in under an hour. So I glue up the sides there, and you have a little folder. One side is perfect for your gift card, and one side is perfect for a tag or another gift card, whatever you want. For these, I'm making belly bands, and you just take a piece of scrap paper, just kind of a strip of paper. This is 1 inch thick, and then fold it around so that it's nice and loose, a little bit loose. You don't want it totally loose so it falls off, but just a little loose because there are going to be a couple of items in this folder. And then glue that together. I like to glue the seam at the front because we're going to cover that up. And what we're going to use to cover that up is this super cute stamp set. This is called Holiday Seals. And look at all these really great holiday decorations. They're perfect size, and there is the perfect circle to cut these out from the Maker Forte circle dies. So I just want to make sure there's 2 is going to fit side by side on this red cardstock. This is the telephone box cardstock, and I'm going to white heat emboss them on this cardstock. To protect against stray embossing powders, I used my embossing tool there, stamped this down with the clear sticky embossing ink, and added some Snow Flurries embossing powder. This is my favorite white embossing powder. It works great for this. It's great for detail embossing. So look how great we're going to get a really good result on even those small words. So I'll heat set that, and then I'll die cut those out with that circle die. And then we have it ready to go right on that belly band. I will use some foam squares again to pop these up. And there we go. Just going to make sure that's going to slide on and off easily. And it looks like it's going to work out perfectly, and it's not going to fall off. This one may be a little bit loose. I'm going to make the next one a little tighter. But of course I needed some green gems, of course. But I didn't have any of the design on that right side, so I thought it needed some green to just kind of balance it out. So here's our mini folder gift card holder. Look at that. Now, of course, that other side, as I said, is perfect for a tag. So I'm going to die cut some tags. I have a tag die in my stash. I'm just going to use some of this cute pattern paper to cut out one, and then I'll cut an extra piece out of white cardstock. That's going to give it some extra stability, and I'll glue those together for our tag. You can cut your own tag if you want to. If you don't have a tag die cut, all you have to do is just cut it to the size you want, snip off the corners, add a little hole for the ribbon. I mean, they're pretty easy to make without a die cut. So I glued those together, and now I have just a little bit of this ribbon left. It's going to be the perfect amount for our tag ribbon here. I'll slide the folded part through the holes and then slide the ends right through that part, and that'll make the perfect tag ribbon. Cut off the ends, and that's going to go right in the other side, and you can write a message on that side of the tag or the to and the from, whatever you want, or you can even make extra gift tags for them to use. And I'll slide this right back on here. There we go. There's our mini folder gift card holder. I love it, and I love that foil especially. This cute little tag with the ribbon sticking out of the top. It's just so festive. These would be cute, like kind of placed all over the Christmas tree or stuck in a little stocking. Yeah, I like it. Of course, I made another one with some different colors. I used the ornaments 6x6 paper that we foiled up and some more of that Christmas paper. I wanted to add a few more details to this one, so I'm just adding some green dots in the background with a Copic marker. And then I'm going to add some larger dots as well. Slide that down, make sure I don't miss the center portion. So easy, so fast, just to add a little extra detail. And then one more thing, I decided to also color these up with some kaleidoscope powder. So I made some again into paint, and this was the color that came in the Crafter Party box. Look at that. Those are so cute, really fun. Some of my favorite stores right there. And so I used a red ribbon on this one, and there's that second one. And now I'm just going to paint a little bit of detail on these. Not too much. Added some to the berries. Can you see that shine from the kaleidoscope powder? And there's some to the Santa's beard right there. That's going to be the perfect finishing touch. Okay. I absolutely had to use the pattern paper that came in the Crafter Party kit because it is adorable. So you know I had to create the measurements specifically for this paper. I'm cutting off a little bit of this paper. I'm trimming off 1/4 inch so that it's 4 3/4 by 8 1/4 inches. So I did trim off a little bit. You can save that for belly bands. It's perfect to use for a belly band. And now we're going to score these at 2 3/4 inches and 5 1/2 inches. So 2 3/4 inches, 2.75, and 5 1/2, 5.5. So that's going to give us a really nice folio. I'm calling this my pattern paper folio. Now the blue paper was a little bit short for me, so if it is short for you, it's fine. I made it work. But it was a little bit shorter than this other paper, the red paper. So you're going to see. Now I'm going to fold each of those to the inside. So the outside of the paper is going to be the dark blue, and the inside is the light blue. So I'm folding them to the inside. And now we're going to cut a notch on the left side, looking at it this way. And we're going to cut a notch so that a gift card can go inside. What I'm going to do is I'm just kind of lining it up in the center and drawing a diagonal line. Now, I might be doing this backwards. I kept thinking I want it to go this way, but then I kept putting the ruler the opposite direction. It doesn't matter. No one's going to judge you on the direction that your gift card holder is, the diagonal is. They're not going to judge you on that. But you can do it either way. So I started at the center and kind of made a diagonal line towards that first score line. And I'm just going to take a piece of, or I'm going to just take my scissors actually, and cut out a notch, follow that line around and cut that out. Now I know this looks funny right now, but I'm going to explain why I'm doing on the left side here. And there is a reason to my madness. This I'm going to trim just a little bit so that it folds nicely. This folio is going to fold nicely. See that? Just like that. Look how cute this paper is. I love it. Then I'm going to cut the notch out of this one too, just following that diagonal line. And then trimming along that score line and cutting that paper out all together. Okay, so we have a little diagonal there. I accidentally ripped that, so I'm going to trim that up just a touch right there. So we have that diagonal right there. You can see this one's a little shorter, no worries. And then we're going to glue down the outside edge and the bottom. So we're going to just a little bead of glue here and a little bit here. So this is perfect for the sizing of this paper that we get in the Crafter Party box. I knew this had to work out. So watch this. I'm gluing the outside and the bottom only. And that's so our gift card can slip right into that pocket. Okay, now I'm going to take some of this beautiful white paper that came in the Crafter Party box, and it's got like a sheen to it, and I'm cutting it to 3 inches by 5 inches, 3 by 5. And for this red one, I'm going to use some of the ribbon that came in the kit. I'm going to use it on the back here, just cut a little bit so it will fold all the way around. And I'm going to glue it to that 3 by 5 paper that we cut, the cardstock. This will give it some stability here. And then I'm going to put that ribbon right over that score tape and glue our folio down to the 3 by 5 cardstock. So I'm taking the back, just gluing on the back of that right down, just like this. So this is nice and stable, nice thick weight. And here's where we put the gift card. And then this one we're going to tie up with the ribbon. So that will keep it closed, just like so. And then I'll trim off some of those edges of the ribbon, or the ends of the ribbon, so it's a good length for our folio. And now I have a little mini charm that I made out of the nutcrackers. If you want to see how I made that, be sure to tune in to day 31 of Inktoberfest, the very last day. I'm going to make those on the very last day. So I just added it to a little lobster claw here, and I'm attaching it to my ribbon. If you don't have this jewelry, this piece of jewelry that you can attach it to, just attach it with a piece of twine, whatever you have on hand. So there's one idea. And then for this one, I'm going to close it with some Velcro. So I've cut these Velcro circles in half, and I'm going to line up the edge that I cut with the edge of the folio, and I'm going to put that at the bottom of our diagonal. And then I'm going to glue this down the back down to the 3 by 5 cardstock. So this one does not get any ribbon because it's got the Velcro holding it shut. So you can do a magnet if you have magnets. You can also do that idea, but I thought this worked really well. And for this one, I'm going to decorate with that cute set that came in the kit, Christmas Critters. And of course, I have to use that Christmas stamp set, that the Christmas Critters Sentiments. This one here, Meowie Christmas. I couldn't resist. That's so cute. But you'll notice that it's a little bit longer than our folio. So I am going to cut this sentiment apart. That way I can stamp it right on there. So see, I cut it apart very carefully with my scissors, and I can always put it back together later if I want it to be a longer sentiment, but this is going to fit much better. I'm going to heat emboss this with white again, using my embossing bag there, and stamping that down with some clear sticky ink, and then heat embossing it with white. It's going to look great on this dark background. I've already colored up the house and the cat off screen, and those are going to go right on the top as well. So let me just get this all squared away. I'll bring my heat tool to that and heat emboss that. That's so pretty. And now here's the gift card. Stick that in there. You can write a sentiment on the inside. You can put a piece of white paper in there and write your greeting, whatever you want to do. And for the house, I'm going to pop this one up with some foam tape. This is not going to be one that I mail out, so it's fine to put as much dimension as you want on it. And then I'm also going to decorate that snow up. I want to add some beautiful iridescent glitter, and this Maker's Magic Crystal Clear is perfect for that. So I'm going to open this up and get that ready to go. And I'm going to put this, just kind of squeeze a bead of this right over all of that glue, or I'm sorry, all of the snow on this house. So I'm going to get that started and put a little bit all over, just like this, because I want this to be a really glittery, snowy rooftop. I'm also going to use it around the bottom of the house here for that snow. And then I have some sugar sparkles here. This is the iridescent. There we go, this one. And I'm going to use that over that Maker's Magic. So this is going to dry beautifully with a little bit of dimension and that glitter. It's going to be really pretty. Just going to clean up a little bit here on the edge with my magic wand. And now we'll add this to that folio. I'm kind of putting it a little off to the left because I know I want to put the cat right in front on the right side. So there we go, Meowie Christmas. Let me fix that right there. Make sure I put that. There we go. So there's the second folio. Of course, I couldn't stop making. I made another one as well. This was the first one, my prototype that I made. I used the I'm Smitten stamp set. So cute. And this one I put on the right, the gift card on the right. But that's when I found out it's better to put it on the left side because you have more stability with those two, the papers together, and you already have the cardstock on the back on the right side. So I found it best to put the gift card on the left, and that works great. So there's our 3 folios with the pattern papers. Here's a little close-up look. I also did some glitter on that mitten as well. Same idea as on the house. And I'll set that aside while we work on our very last card. I can't believe it's our last one, but it is. And this one uses the other side of the 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper that we cut in half. So this is that second piece there. And we're going to make a pop-up gift card for this one. It's kind of a square card. It's really, really fun to make. Take your 4.25 by 11 inch cardstock and score it at 4.5, 5.5, and 6.5. Just like this. Fold the center score line back and the other 2 score lines forward. And you're going to get something that looks like this. So I'm just going to press those down. You'll see you have kind of a fold in the center like that. That's exactly what you want. And so first we're going to glue down the back, but I'm only going to put it on the top, outside, and bottom portion of this fold. You definitely don't want to fold inside the very center of that crease because we're going to cut a notch for the gift card. So I'm using some of the rectangle dies from Maker Forte. This one fits that gift card practically perfect. I think it's the 3rd or 4th one in, if I remember correctly. And I cut that out so it creates a little pocket for this gift card to sit in. Now I did have to use my magic wand to kind of open that opening. I might have put the glue in too far, so be sure you don't glue that shut. You want this to fit the gift card nice and snug though, so that was really good that I had to help it along. See, that's going to just pop right up when you open the card. Super fun. So to decorate this one, I'm going to use a couple of the papers to help us out here. Look how that opens. It's really cute. So I'm just going to choose this, one of these Santa papers, maybe this one. I'm looking through the papers to see what I like with the green cardstock. This would look so pretty with a dark gray cardstock or a red cardstock, whatever you wanted to use. So I cut a square of white cardstock to 4 inches by 4.25. That's going to be one of our layers. And then I cut a piece of pattern paper, this piece here, to 3 inches by 4 inches. And that's going to be the next layer. And then you can see it's going to fit right there. So I'm going to cut that down, and then I'm going to use the back side of the piece that I cut off. So let me show you here. So that's going to go up just like this. The back side has this really cute stripe on it. It's gray and white. And I want this piece to be 1 1/8 by 4 inches approximately, and that's going to go just below that piece. just like this, gluing those down. Look how cute that is. I love the pattern paper that all matches and goes together. And I'm going to take a piece of this pom-pom trim that came in the kit and glue that down. Now this is where your Maker's Magic is going to work really great. It's a really great glue for this as well. Nice and strong. That's going to keep it there. So I'm going to put that along the edge of where those two papers meet. Just gluing that down, trying to keep it straight here. And then I'll cut off the excess so that it matches up with where that pattern paper is. There we go. And then I'll get that nice and straight on that Maker's Magic. And that's going to hold that nicely. I did put an acrylic block over the top while that dried, so that's going to dry nice and straight. Of course, I can't resist. Here comes the crown jewels. I'm adding some green and some red to this one. And I thought that it needed a little something on those Santa Claus hats, so I'm bringing in some marshmallow paste. Well, first, I guess I'm showing you a close-up there. Here's the marshmallow paste. So I've got a small palette knife here that has a pointy end. That's going to help me put this on to those small ends of the Santa Claus hats. So I wanted those little pom-poms to kind of puff up. Now you could use a pom-pom on those if you want, but I just like the idea of the marshmallow paste. So I'm puffing that up with a little bit of heat, and then I'm going to kind of form that with my magic wand here. Make it a little bit puffier, if you will. Look at that. It's so cute with all those details. The pattern paper. Now I did put some paper on the inside as well, and I stamped one of those wreaths from the holiday wreaths stamp set with a sentiment in the middle that says Merry Christmas. And now I'm going to show you all of the folios and gift card holders that we made. Here's our pattern paper folios with the gift cards on the left. Those ones were with Velcro. This one is closed with a little ribbon tie. It's easy enough to open and close just like this. So there you go. Again, you can write a sentiment on the inside or decorate it however you want. This pattern paper just really does most of the work for you though, which I really like. So close that one up. I love that little nutcracker charm. So there we go. And then this one here that we did with the foiled paper, 6x6 paper, to create a tag holder and a gift card holder with a little belly band around the edge. Those are so cute. These ones are super simple. They're all pretty simple to make. I think you could make a lot of these in one afternoon if you were so inclined. I love this pattern paper tag too. So there's that one. Then we also had this one here where we created the Hershey bar slider with the gift card in the back. That's with the ginormous bow. Here's this one with the gift card holder right in there. You can see my gift card right in there. So much fun for gift giving. And then of course there's our mailable ones. This one here, which is more of a horizontal landscape card. I just want to put a gift card in there. I can't resist. There we go. Put that right in there. You can write your message there. So these ones are mailable, or you can give it to your recipient directly as well. And then here's more of our vertical card with the reindeer, some foil. Really fun. So lots of gift card holder ideas for you. I hope that you liked one or some of these, at least, that you might give some of these a try. Be sure to check out that PDF for all the measurements as well. Thanks so much for joining me today, and enjoy the rest of your crafter party. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Carrie. I don't know how she comes up with all like so many of these ideas and like all the different things. And I loved how she that does the mix and match, because when we design the collections, we design it that everything mixes and matches together, but Carrie just like pulls it all together. It's so awesome. So thank you, Carrie. Love you lots. You always do such an amazing job. And of course, Carrie does Foiling Friday once a month as well. And she comes to crafter parties and she makes me samples, and she's just awesome. I'm so lucky to have all these amazing ladies on the team. And Chris. our one token guy who we have as well. So I did, some of you might got shipping notifications during that video because there were 2 boxes of stamps on my doorstep. So what I quickly went and did was got anyone who had like an old order out so I could get the counts right. And Lisa, I've already updated the counts, so you don't have to do anything. I wanted to tell you, nobody knows these have restocked yet. So I thought I would share it with you first, because I know some of you are waiting on these. So I restocked holly berries. There's like 12 holly berries, I think. I restocked Christmas, vertical Christmas greetings. There's like 6 of those left. I restocked Mountain Builder, which I know some of you had asked me about. So maybe we'll use this one. Actually, this would work really well if we do the take root later. All right, I'm going to put those 2 together. We're going to use those. The muzzle tough, that one has been restocked. The holiday seals has been restocked. The slimline layered menorah has been restocked. This one's really cool. I'm actually going to be using this in the holiday card making because you can use all of these different elements together. Penny says you're supposed to be resting. I am resting, Penny. I sat on a chair and Maddie handed them to me. Don't worry. But I'm not very good at resting. So there's this one was restocked. The Get Yeti for Christmas has been out for a long time. But there is a few of these that just came in. The rustic pumpkin patch, there is 7 of these, and I put the number in the store. So if you're waiting on this one, that one is there, but there is only 7. Tough Nut to Crack, I just restocked, and Nordic Ornament Builder. So thank you to Maddie for helping me do that as well. And she passed them to me. I did the computer, and then we just counted them up. So if you got a shipping notification, it was probably for one of those if you're waiting on that as well. So numbers are updated. So that's why we do the free shipping, because if say you want rustic pumpkin patch, you can go check out now, because I did only have 7 left once I did all the back orders. So there's that as well. All right, so we have lunch break coming up in a second. We're going to do winners first. Lisa, can you drop a link to the new collection as well, so everyone has that for lunchtime? And then when we come back from lunch, we'll do 2 free orders, and we'll do a lunchtime prize as well. Thanks, Lisa. And then we have, I was just looking at the schedule. Who was after lunch? Where did I put it? I actually got that page out. So after lunch will be Jen's Schoolcraft with vellum and acetate techniques. So that will be our first one after lunch. And then we're going to build some scenes using Mountain Builder and Take Root. I'm going to go grab some other stuff as well that I want to play with for that as well. Do we have any codes for shopping this weekend? Yes, you do, Francine. So your code is pumpkin. It gives you 15% off any purchase. Usual Fab4 restrictions apply, gift cards, classes, Misties, and bundles. And you can also stack that on top of sale 30, because the sale goes away November 1st. So this is your last weekend. And make sure your codes are applied before you check out. Yes, thanks, Lisa. Oh yes, and ensure your address is correct, because we had a couple of orders, people put the wrong address in, and of course we sent it out and then it bounces back and then everybody's upset. So let's see. So we want to do a winner first. Okay, let's get the list up. And I landed on Jay Joyce. Congratulations, Jay. You get a $25 Maker Forte gift card that Lisa will send out to you next week. Give her a few days to catch up. There's a lot of post-crafted party work that has to be done, as well as the in-party work that Lisa does. Now, does anyone have any questions or anything you wanted us to check stock on over the lunch break. Snow willow paper. Is the snow willow paper very similar to Starlight Metallic? I don't think it's that similar, Sandy. It's a different type of metallic, like the glitter has a different color in it. And we no longer have the Snow Flurries metallic, but you have some in your crafter party box. The cardstock that's in your crafter party box, that is the Snow Willow. Do I have Yeti or not? Was that not? Oh no, I have Get Yeti for Christmas. I don't think I have Yeti or not, but I can check. Hang on. Lisa, are you writing these down or do I need to write them down?
What am I writing down?
We need to check on Thanks and Gather, Yeti or not. Someone asked earlier about the window to winter. I know we need to check that in a second. If there are any others, we can check them when Jen is on for you as well. But I'll check on those, and I want to put these ones back out there because these aren't mine. And yeah, so we have lunch break, so it's like 12:05, so we'll be back about 1:05. Then we have Jen, who, as I say, is doing vellum and acetate. And I'm just looking how long. And then we'll have a little bit of time before Jen and after Jen, and then you have an hour with me. And I'm going to do some scene building stuff, and maybe something else as well. Which kitty's behind me? Yeah, that's Jensen. That's Jensen in the back there. After Jensen Button, the race car driver. And then Gray, you can't see him, but he's sitting over there in the sunshine. So, and Elise is probably in Maddie's bedroom because that's pretty much where she lives. So there's that. And I have to run Maddie. No, I can't be running Maddie. Maddie's going to her boyfriend's for the afternoon, so I don't know what time she's leaving. So it's kind of a little bit of, you know, real life around here as well, which you will get to see here. So yeah, this is Jensen back there. He was the one we got as a kitten for Mother's Day, and now he's a grown-up kitty. He behaves like a teenager, so it's fun. But not so fun when your bed is in your living room because the house flooded and you've just had surgery and he wants to jump all over you the whole time. We had some interesting conversations, Jensen and I, about that. But anyway, so we've done winners, lunch break, we're back from lunch, free orders when we get back. And I told you about restock. So I think I got everything. So as I will see you about 1:05. And if you need anything, Lisa and I will be around in the comments. So Scott, go and grab everyone some lunch. And we'll check on those numbers for you, and I'll see you in a little bit. Oh, and I'll do it so that you can all unmute yourself so you can talk. There we go. All right. So we'll see you in a little while.
Say hi, everybody. No. Dad?
Those curls are amazing.
You didn't like that? It's lunchtime, so. Yeah, okay, okay. All right, we'll go get you lunch. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye, let's go get lunch. Yeah.
Alex should be back in a couple of minutes.
So everyone's either intensely working or eating because this is the quietest lunch. we've
I
had.
know. I'm like, no one has questions either. I'm like, yay, but yay.
Yeah, I had to like actually like keep checking the computer to make sure like I hadn't lost the feed. I'm like, this is so quiet. It's weird.
I'm watching Tim Holtz to see what color we have. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, I already saw what the color is. Did he not get there yet?
Oh, yeah, it's lumberjack red.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lumberjack
It's
red.
a red color. I just
Yeah.
saw it come up.
I got an email at the top of the hour, so I was like, oh, I know what it is. And I want it, unfortunately. More red.
I'm making my very last Halloween card. For You
my
made
best
your very
friend.
last Halloween card?
Yeah, for my best friend. I'm running a little bit behind. So
Oh, Jen, thank you. That's so sweet.
Well, I was assembling the thing to put on the back of my car for trunk or treat. So I was out there with the drill and the screwdriver and the paint and stuff.
Oh, nice.
In the paper village, that little house, just how it creates that beautiful glow.
Mhm.
I'm working on trick or treat candy stuff, so get that all set.
I'm making more of, I made this card and I'm
Oh,
making a
it's so
couple
cute.
more.
Ooh, very pretty.
Been working on those.
So
And,
cute, Laura.
and I'm out of, I need more of the craft card blanks, and I can't find them anywhere unless I want like 100.
Yeah.
Like I just want 20.
You say hi.
Hi, little one. What's on your shirt?
Danny and Ellie.
Oh,
What's on your shirt?
What's on your shirt, Danny? What is that?
Baby Oda.
Baby Yoda.
Yoda.
Baby Yoda. Yep. It's
What's the
birthday.
age difference between them, Bethany?
12 months in a couple weeks.
Oh my, they
12
do
months
look
and
so
3
close in age.
Well, she was 6 weeks early, so it wasn't supposed to be that close.
Oh, well, you know,
Here you go.
life has a way of throwing us a few curves every now and then.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Franklin is not a curveball. Hey, careful. You can't touch the. Okay, here. Well, I am fixing hair bows for them because they broke them.
They're broken.
Yeah, you broke it. You broke your hair bow.
Oh, it's cute though, so it's great that you can fix it.
You say baby shark.
Baby shark.
I made it in the first place, so that's how I can fix it.
Aha. Do you know the Baby Shark song?
Yes. You know all the versions too. There are multiple versions.
Baby shark.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Papa shark.
Yeah. Oh, don't lose mommy's pieces. You might have to put that together still.
5 by 7s.
Crafter card.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay, Ellie. Yeah. Well, Ellie's taking over the whole lap, honey. It's very difficult. Say hi.
Another little.
There's another little right there. Say hi. What's your name?
Littles.
Mhm. You see it? Yeah. You say hi.
Hi. No.
No.
Hi. Hello.
Okay, stop.
This is sticky.
Okay, can you not mess up all of Mama's stuff? Mommy has things in piles on purpose. Stop. Stop touching. You're using Mommy's pieces.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Heather, you have a little one on your lap.
Yep.
Is she helping you?
Too.
Pardon?
Normally there's two.
Oh, are they helping you craft?
Right now,
No. I told you no.
today's a bit of a Saturday for us. So
Yeah, me by myself. I'm going to story about
okay.
How old
My
are
little
you?
is 17 now.
Okay.
Well, I'm very fortunate to have two little grand girls. One is 8 and one is almost 6. She'll be 6 in a few months. And they are my absolute joy in my world right now.
Aw,
I get to spend every day with them because they come to school with me.
nice.
Yes. And so it is such a blessing and a joy.
Enjoy each and every age.
You know, I enjoy every second.
The freaking envelope.
I told Emma as she was growing up, because all her friends are always like, "What's next? What's next?" I'm like, enjoy each and every age, because I promise you, 7 will become 8, will become 9, will become 19, 29. Just enjoy the age. Don't be in a rush. And she took it to heart. So.
Allie, what did you do with my pieces?
I tried telling my husband, like, enjoy each age. He's like, are they 18 yet?
Oh, no.
Soon enough, they will be.
That's
Have a grandkid.
See?
I have a few grand dogs too. Penny, you look like you're in deep concentration.
Well, I'm trying these. I found these little. I found these dressed it up buttons
What's that?
I can't see.
that are like a little nativity.
Thunder?
Oh my gosh, yes, those are so pretty.
And I'm trying to wire them so they'll stand up so I can put them in these little boxes.
Oh yeah.
For I made 2 more this year for the ones that were real little last year.
Yeah.
One for family, and so I made 2 more for the kids that didn't like get one of their own.
Wow.
And I found the buttons, and I'm trying to wire them so that they'll stand up. So when they take them out, it's like a little nativity.
Oh, that's such a cute idea. I absolutely love when everybody shares their ideas on here. It's so awesome.
I've been so busy working. I'm vicariously crafting through all of you. So.
You and me both, Lisa.
Lisa, we appreciate all your hard work.
Oh, I'm glad you're all having fun. I literally did, though, crack myself up when I did the booklet, and I was like, how do I embed these? And I'm like, I'll put them in a button. And I'm like, what should I use? A button.
I thought that was funny.
Okay. So
there's Alex. Welcome back.
Hey.
Yay.
All right. So I did grab the stuff to show you how to make the bows on a fork. So I did also find the bow maker. Let me just find the link to that.
Alex, I hope you're not pushing yourself too hard trying to find all these things.
I'm all right. Thank you, though.
Okay, because you will so regret it later.
Really? No, not me.
Yes, you will. Trust me. Trust me, from one person to another who has had many surgeries, abdominal surgeries. I know.
Thanks, Gina. I've been the worst patient in the world, but I'm trying. By my standards, I've been a really good patient. By everyone else's, I'm a terrible patient. So I did just drop the link. So there's a 10-second bow maker. My friend Meg, actually, it was funny because I mentioned it this morning and then she texted me at lunch and I haven't spoken to her in like 3 weeks. So it's really bizarre. She's like, you're on my mind. So clearly she must know I was talking about her bow maker. So she has this bow maker, but you can also just use a fork. So I'm going to show you how. So I just did a little practice one and you just slide it off and there it's like the perfect little bow that you can make with ribbons. So some of you may have seen this before, some of you may not, but I wanted to just, show you how to do it if you do want to make little bows because you've got the ribbons and stuff in there. So it's super simple. It's another one. You can tell I was practicing. So this is how you make them. Look out. All right. So so I use a carving fork rather than like a traditional, you know, the smaller fork, because obviously it just depends on how big this is as to how big your bow is going to be. So if you go to Dollar Tree or somewhere, you can get different sizes of forks, Walmart and that. So this is a carving fork. So you literally just start by wrapping your piece like this. And then you take the one that's on the bottom. So it's just looped left to right. So the two ends are over here like this. Okay. So you take this piece down here. So this is my back one, and I'm just going to thread it through the middle piece of the fork like that. And then this one, I'm going to bring through. What do I feel like I've done this wrong already? Hang on. I literally just did it twice. And of course I go to show you and I mess it up. Maybe that is right. Hang on. It's a video I did ages ago. I'm sorry, I just rewatched my video. So let me just check. You can see I did too. So I don't know why I'm being challenged. Yeah, now Jen, I'm bow challenged. And I just did it twice. So I'm just going back over my old video. Oh, that's what I did wrong. Okay, I was on the right track. So you go through, I was right, you go through the bottom like this. Bring it over the top like that. And then bring this bottom one and you tie them. See, I was trying to move the bottom one. That's all you do. That's it. I usually double knot it. And there's your bow. We can do it once more so you can see. So there's your little bow. If you put it that way around, you get that perfect like little tie piece in the middle there. Okay. So I'll do it one more time. I got some pieces here I just grabbed. You can see you can do it with twine, you can do it with anything. So take it around your fork like that. The one that's in the back. So this is my one from the back. Thread it through the middle of your fork and bring it around the top. And then you can tie. It's harder with twine when I do it. I'm gonna do ribbon. You can't even see that. I was just looked at the thing. Let's show you. Here's some suede ribbon. All right, so wrap like this. We're going to take the back. We're going to thread it through the middle like that. Bring it up and around. So it comes back. So it goes through the middle, loops up at the top, comes back, and then you just tie. And there's your perfect bow. You can have your ties in the front, you can have your ties in the back, wherever you want it. Super, super easy. And there is your perfect bow. As I say, it just depends on the size of your fork. That's literally all it depends on. So you can vary that up. But I've been to like Dollar Tree and got big ones and small ones and all kinds of different stuff. So you can play around with different sizes. And I say there's the 10-second bow maker. You can go online and there's a video to go with it. It basically is a fork. You just put the pegs in different places depending on the size of the bow you want. But I have one somewhere in here. And I've shown it in a video too. So now if you're looking at a serving fork at Thanksgiving, I won't find. Yeah, I know it's going to be on this glass mat. I've got to take it back out to the kitchen in a minute. I have to remember to take it out to the kitchen. But there are a couple of people. So I do actually check my emails during Crafter Party weekend. I'm way, way behind on emails because I haven't been checking them. But I wanted to do something with that later. I have had a couple of questions about coordinating stuff and how things work together. So when we design stuff, so like this one here, this ornament fits your spotlight circle. So that spotlight circle A2 that lots of you have got, that's going to fit lots and lots of different things. So for instance, it fits this. When we design this piece, all the sentiments you get with it will fit either on one line or two within these pieces here. But then you'll also find things like the Be Merry from Holiday Magic is also designed to fit in there, as are things like Make It a December to Remember Warm Wishes. So we try to size our sentiments so it's all kind of mix and match like that as well. Then you've got things like Holiday Spotlights. Again, that circle is designed to work, excuse me, with your Spotlight Circle A2, and things like Joy to the World will also fit in here as well. And you can take pieces like just this ornament piece and turn this into an ornament. Okay, so you can do that as well. Then you've got things like the cups here, and if you grab out that new one, if I put the printout somewhere really safe. You're going to find that this one is Mug Full of Fun. So you will be able to use that same mug and add that in, or add your gingerbread man to these mugs, or some whipped cream, or whatever you want. So the idea again is you can mix and match all these different things for them to go together. So I just grabbed a few to give you some ideas, because maybe you have some of these stamp sets and you're looking for stuff to add on, or maybe you have these stamp sets you didn't know they work together. So I just wanted to quickly go through those before we get to Jen's video. You've got the modern Christmas watercolor. Again, you've got the big wreath, the spotlight circle fits in the middle, so you could have this wreath with any of these things inside, like you could put the Oh Holy Night inside of here as well, and things like that. There are two parts to the Dutch village again, so like we can build some scenes and do some stuff like that over the weekend, but we'll be using this probably in the Christmas card making event in 2 weeks. But these do both fit together, because there was a question I saw about that. The Jess Francisco one, the Build Your Own Christmas, all those snow globe elements from the one I used earlier, this one, the Window to Winter, which by the way we found them, we restocked them. Someone was asking, I think it might have been Bethany, I'm not sure about them, but all of these elements will also fit in here, and vice versa. So you could take that little houses and put that in there instead, or you could do the wavy tree and put that in there, maybe with like a, you could actually put the little polar bear next to it like that. So all the little snowmen would sit on there like this. So again, so that all of these things, all of these elements we've released over the last 2 years mix and match together really nicely. The Christmas tags, all of the Silent Night sentiments also fit inside of the Christmas tags. Okay. Will the cup elements fit in the snow globe? I don't know. Let's see. I would have thought so. Yep. Yes, they do. You might need to just mask the edges slightly for a couple of them, but yes. So you can create, you know, a lighthouse in there, or you could do a thing one in there. So yeah, that will fit too. I thought the answer would be yes, because we try and do things that way. Again, you can also take these elements from the Christ in Christmas and put them in your Christmas tags. I love this Merry Christmas. I've used this a lot on things as well. Again, all of these fill a jar elements, they fit inside of the snow globe like this. And a lot of the snow globe will also fit inside of fill a jar. So again, you can, you see, mix and match between the two as well. What else did I pick out? These all fit on the tags. So if you want to do one of the tags, the nutcrackers also fit on the tags. Something I was going to say about that, I don't know. And then this one we just restocked as well. We just had a batch made, which a few of you had been asking about Snowbody Like You. I'm going to lift this up. The little snowmen family. Can you imagine those two in the snow globe? Look. And then you could have the snow raining down on them, the little couples here, the little couples down here. It'd be so cute. So all of these elements are designed to mix and match and, you know, go within stuff and stuff together and whatnot. So I just wanted to share all of those things with you. We might make a card with Sleep in Heavenly Peace. I have an idea, but we have Jen's video coming up, and then I'm going to do some scene building with these two. So I got to get all my supplies together. So I'm going to do some scene building with these two on that as well. So, anything else I missed, Lisa, that we needed to tell them? Oh, we restocked Window to Winter. We restocked
Thanks and Gathers on pre-order.
yeah,
Yet
thank
You're
you
Not
for
There
that.
was
And
5.
we found some Yeti or Not. Someone asked about Yeti or Not. We found some of those, so we updated that quantity as well. So
And Snow Willow's been added to the store.
okay, awesome. Yeah, Snow Willow cardstock, the cardstock that's in your Crafter Party boxes, it's called Snow Willow. That is also on there as well. So there you go. Okie dokies. All right, let's go into Jen's video, and then when I come back, we didn't do the free orders. Hang on. And I picked them too, like I'd been organized. Oh, there was also want to let you know there's 3 advent calendars left for anyone who was looking for the advent calendar. They will ship in November. There's some really cool stamps in there. Lisa hasn't seen them. I've been making them all here. And Amanda did the stencils this week for them. So every day you get a stamp or a stencil or something like that. They're exclusive to the advent calendar. And there'll be like a little inspiration idea as well. So if anyone's looking for that, there are 3 advent calendars. Well, I say there's 3. Lisa, have you made sure you took one out for you?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to take it down to 2. So there are 2 advent calendars in there because I don't think Lisa's got one. So there are 2 advent calendars in there as well. And thanks, Jen. She said the advent calendar last year was amazing. So we do a little inspiration. So you get an email every day as well with some stuff that's in there. Right. The orders I picked. I'm going to go open my notepad. One moment, please, ladies. And a few gentlemen in here. So I had, my phone is not cooperating today. I think it's like spooked out by Halloween. So I have order number 23119, which is Jane Waltz's email, order even, Lisa.
Got it.
And I'm updating my spreadsheet as I go too. And then I also have, I just want to check this name actually before I say anything. I'm pretty sure she's in here. Well, I'm checking. And then I have order 23090, which is Rebecca Collins' order as well. So congrats, ladies. At least we'll get those refunded to you next week. And it's that. And I also picked our lunchtime winner, who is okay, Lisa, next year we need to add to the list. We need a drum roll. That needs to be like part of the Crafted Party prep. Is Vicky Wielden. So congratulations, Vicky. You get a $25 gift card as well. So, all right. So let's share my screen. All right, see if I can do this right. Twice in a row would be awesome.
Hi there, my name is Jen, and thanks so much for joining us this weekend for the last crafter party of the year. The cards I'm going to make today are some really easy cards using vellum and acetate. And so we're going to jump right in. I am using mainly the contents of the box. This really cool stencil came in that box. And I'm going to use some Deco Foil Transfer Gel Duo. And I'm also going to use the Sunrise Lake foil sheets, transfer sheets. as well as that kind of metallic white paper that came in the box. And the acetate I'm using today, I'm just using it because it's already pre-cut, so it's super convenient. It's pre-cut to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. But you can use whatever you have on hand, whether that's plastic packaging, a little bit thicker for most of the cards except for the shaker, or another clear film that you have. I'm going to go ahead and tape down the piece of acetate, and then I'm going to place this Hello Winter over the top of it. And I believe this is my first time doing this technique, and so I did actually have to do this twice, and my advice would be don't do what I did. And when I did it the first time, I was really rough with it. I was trying to push the gel into the stencil too much, and it's ended up smearing. So that's why you see I'm kind of like just really gently kind of running the gel across the stencil so that that doesn't happen again, because if you're if you put too much pressure on that, or kind of scrape it too hard, it might do what it did to me, and that is to squeeze that gel out onto the acetate, and it's going to kind of disrupt the letters, so they don't form really well. And so when I do the spreader, I'm holding it at an angle, and I'm again very gently kind of just running that down the stencil to get all of that extra gel off. And then I'm going to go ahead and remove this and set it aside to dry. And you know this is dry when it turns clear. So right now it's a white color, and when it's dry it'll be more of a clear color. So I'm gonna go ahead and set that aside and start on my background piece. And I went ahead and I cut a piece of that metallic white cardstock down to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. And I'm using some Distress Oxides to blend over on that cardstock. The colors I'm using are Faded Jeans, Salty Ocean, and Tumbled Glass. And so I'm just going to go ahead and take my blending brush and start at the top with the darkest color. And then I will go in with the next darkest, which is the Salty Ocean. And when I'm blending inks, I like to blend the color that I'm doing and then go back over it with the previous color. So you'll see I'll go ahead and grab that Faded Jeans again and just try to get a really nice blend of those two colors. This cardstock blends really well with the inks. And then for my lightest color, I'm using Tumbled Glass, and I'm just going to do kind of a fade out on the bottom. I didn't want to cover the entire piece on the bottom. I just wanted it to have a really light fade out on the bottom. And then I will go ahead and grab some water and spritz this to get kind of like a snowflake background, I guess you could say. So I'll go ahead and let that sit there for about 10-15 seconds, and then take my paper towel and blot that water up, which is basically removing that ink, so it will leave little white marks, which looks perfect for the theme of this card. And then my video wasn't recording, I do apologize, when I foiled this. And you can see that there's a little bit of foil on different parts of the acetate where I didn't. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cut out the entire sentiment piece and use that instead of the whole panel. And then I colored up this cute little, I think it's a rabbit with a balloon. My Scan and Cut did not recognize the string, so it separated the string from the balloon. So that's why I am kind of adhering these separately. But this foils just like you would foil a piece of paper. All I did was put it in a piece of parchment paper. I put my mini mink on the 3rd setting. I'll put the foil on top and ran it through, and it worked perfectly just like if you were using a piece of paper. I don't think at the 3 setting it gets hot enough to do anything to the acetate. It didn't melt it or warp it or anything like that. So it did end up working out really well. So then I went ahead and I just cut around the edges. So it almost looks like a floating sentiment on the card. I'm going to add some 1/8 inch foam strips to the back of as many of the thicker parts of the letters as I can. And once I have that done, I'll go ahead and kind of do a dry run on the card and see where I want it placed. And then I'm using these crown jewels, and I'm going to place a few of them behind the acetate piece. Hopefully you'll be able to see it in the video. It's probably going to be a little bit hard because the foil kind of has that shine in it. Just setting that sentiment down, and then I'm going to add the crown jewels where I want them. And then once I have those all placed, I'll go ahead and remove that acetate piece and start adding all of the glue to glue all the jewels down. And then it's just a matter of removing all the tiny little backings of all the foam and then placing that piece over the jewels so that they're all showing through different areas of the acetate. I added a few more jewels on the bottom, and that's going to finish off this first card. I really love the way the foil looks. I think this would look awesome with white as well. So you can either use a white foil, or you can use a solvent ink like StazOn, which I believe it comes in an opaque white, which would look really good against that blue background as well. But to move on to the second card, I'm using a little bit of acetate and vellum, or actually I am using some Duralar film, polyester film for this card. So I'm going to go ahead and do kind of like a split card. The middle is going to be taken out, and that's going to be the acetate portion. And so I started this card out by going ahead and cutting a mat and a piece of pattern paper so that I could determine what portion of the card that needed to be cut. So the bottom portion I'm cutting first. That's going to be matted with a piece of pattern paper. And I went ahead and measured to make sure that I would have enough room on the bottom to add that piece back in. And then I'm going to take the acetate and adhere that, and I am just using my tape runner to adhere that to the inside flap of the card. So this is probably about 2 inches maybe that I left on the top, and then I cut out the middle, and the bottom is probably about 1 inch of cardstock that's going to go back on the bottom. But you're going to be able to see the adhesive through the acetate when you open the card. For now I left it, but you can always take another piece of either pattern cardstock or solid cardstock and adhere that over that acetate piece. It doesn't really bother me, and so I probably going to go ahead and leave it like that for now. And then I'm taking that bottom piece that I cut off first, and I'm adhering that back to the bottom of the card onto the acetate. So you have kind of like a little window right in the middle. And then I will go ahead and mat my pattern paper onto my white cardstock, and those will be adhered to the top and the bottom of the card. Don't you love the pattern paper in this box? It is so cute. There's one, it's kind of awesome because there's one set that is super cute, and then you have another set that's more elegant, I guess you could say, with the blues and the polar bears and the roses. Just really beautiful, beautiful paper. And so once I have the pattern paper adhered to my card, I was going to leave the inside blank, but I thought it was kind of plain, and so what I ended up doing was taking another piece of that pattern paper and adhering it to the inside. But by doing that, I'm taking away pretty much the ability to write a sentiment inside, and I guess that could be done either on the back of the card, or I could add more cardstock on the front that is solid, but I didn't want to do that. And so once I have got my pattern paper adhered to the inside of the card, I went ahead and I grabbed a die from my stash, and it's just a little speech bubble die, and it's fairly small, but it's still enough room to write a sentiment. So I'm going to go ahead and adhere that, and that can be where I add the maybe who it's from. And then maybe even later I will add like a Merry Christmas sentiment to go under the window portion, like a die cut or something like that. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and leave it as is. And I am just adding some double-sided adhesive to adhere the vellum. And because the vellum is on, or this is the Duralar, but it's similar to vellum, because it is on a pattern background, it makes it very hard to see that adhesive, so it kind of covers that up a little bit. And then for the top of the tree where you can see that little piece of adhesive, I just went ahead and I took one of the fibers that came in the box. It's got kind of like little rabbit tails almost, the little like cotton balls. I went ahead and adhered that to the very top of the tree. And that's going to finish off the second card. As you can see, it still stands up really nicely, so you can put it on display still, even though it's got that acetate piece in the middle. And for this next card, I am taking a piece of kind of craft cardstock. I really love the cappuccino cardstock from Maker Forte, but unfortunately I don't have any more of it, and so I'm just grabbing some craft cardstock from my stash. I am also using a piece of that metallic white paper. This is another piece of a vellum-like paper. It is the Duralar polyester film. I have cut that to 4.5 by 6.5 because I'm going to fold it over. And then I'm going to use one of these cute little kind of word, I guess, definition from these sheets of all of those words. And I'm using a little bit of kind of everything from the box. I'm going to start out by stamping up the wreath in some white pigment ink. And this is the Maker Forte pigment ink called Snow Flurries. And I love the way that white looks on craft. It's just a really beautiful kind of timeless look, I think. And then to cut the wreath out, I went ahead and I found a circle die in my stash that fit the closest to that wreath, to the inside, and I used that to cut the middle out. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut the outside of the wreath with my scissors. So I'm just doing a little bit of fussy cutting. And then you'll see, I'll go ahead and take the scissors, and because I have that circle cut out and the outside cut out, it makes it really easy to get the scissors on the inside of the circle, so that you can kind of make that more of a shaped form rather than just like that standard just perfect circle, so it looks more like a wreath or like you would have something that die cut that out. And then I'm taking a little bit of Distress ink in Vintage Photo and a finger dauber and adding a little bit of a detail to the wreath. And then because I measured the vellum piece to 6.5, that's going to actually fold over the back of the card, and so I want to score it so that only 5.5 inches it covers the top of the card, which is your standard card size. And so I went ahead and scored that and am folding that over, and that's going to make it really easy to go ahead and adhere that to the back of the card. And then to add a little bit of a snow splatter effect, I'm using this Tim Holtz stencil along with some Nuvo white gloss drops. And I'm just going to kind of position that where I want it on my card. I just wanted a few little details for texture. I really love the gloss of these Nuvo drops, and so I'm just going to take my little craft knife and spread the Nuvo drops through the stencil, and it gives a really nice kind of spattering of like a snow almost. And this took a bit to dry. I left it for a few hours just to make sure it was completely dry, but I added that to several places around the vellum. As you can see on the inside, I have my card base, so that's just going to fold over the card base. And then for the little tag, I chose the one that says joy, and I got my Crocodile 2 out, which is always a learning experience every time I have to go look on YouTube and find out how to use this thing. because I don't have the instructions and I just don't know why it seems so complicated. But I wanted to add this little eyelet to the tag and then put some string through it. I really love using eyelets. I think it gives a really pretty effect on different items, and I hardly ever use them, which is why you have to relearn this tool every time. So I went ahead and I found the settings online. I don't think I pressed hard enough because it didn't cut the paper out all the way, so I'm just going to take my tool and kind of grab that paper and move it out. But at least I didn't break anything or flatten it out too much. And so I'm going to put a little bit of brown twine through the hole. And so I grabbed some from my stash. And I'm going to add one of these little snowflake kind of charms that came in the box. I think these items match up so perfectly, and so I wanted something that had a little bit of hang to it, and this tiny little snowflake right here has kind of like a bar on it, so I really wanted it to swing, and so that is the one that I picked out from the set of all these beautiful snowflake charms. And those Nuvo drops are still wet, and so I just went ahead and I took the twine and put it through the kind of loophole in the charm, as well as threaded that twine through the eyelet piece with the tag. And then I'm going to go ahead and set that aside for a bit and wait for my panel to dry. But I really love the way that this looks with the little charm hanging off of the tag. I just think it's just kind of a, I don't know why it makes me think of like a rustic look, but I really love the tag. And there's a whole bunch of them in the set, so they can be used to hang on gift tags or made to add to cards. So you get a ton of them, so you'll have a lot of different uses for them. So I went ahead and I took my hand hole punch and punched it through. So I punched it through all of the layers. So I've got the card base and the vellum there. And then I went ahead and I created a banner tag with the Merry Christmas sentiment from, I believe it is the sentiment that came with the wreaths. And I am going to adhere that whole piece. I've adhered it together, and the entire piece is going to be adhered underneath the vellum. I tried it on top of the vellum, and I didn't really care for it like that. So I thought it looked a little bit better, kind of muted underneath the vellum piece. And so I will go ahead and adhere that on the inside and then trim off that piece that is hanging over the side. And then I mess around with the tag for a little bit before I decide how exactly I want to loop that through the hole punch. And I finally just ended up tying a knot at the top several times to keep that secure. And then I wanted the extra twine to still be there, so I didn't trim that off, and it pretty much just hangs on the front of the card. I love that look for some reason, and then I could still write a sentiment or even stamp another sentiment on the inside and send this off in the mail. For my next card, of course, it's a shaker card. I can't do acetate without a shaker, without making a shaker. This would work with either vellum or acetate. I think vellum gives a really pretty muted look, and the acetate is, of course, like a window. You can see right through it. So these are the items I'm going to use. I based my color scheme on the mix that I'm going to be using. It's kind of like a Scottish dog mix, I think is what it's called. But I'm going to go ahead, and I've already created my frame, and I am using the roller skates cardstock from Maker Forte for my frame, and so I just had set that down to make sure that all my little kitty cats fit into the window. And so I added 4 of the cats, and you'll see that this stamp set matches up with the sentiment stamp set. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the cats, and then I'm going to add the little speech bubbles that are from that second set And so I am inking this up in some Color Hive black ink, which is alcohol marker friendly, and I'm going to be coloring these up with some alcohol markers. And so I went ahead and I placed all the little speech bubbles. So it says, "We wish you a merry," and then I'm going to put the other portion on the inside. So I went ahead and I colored up all my cute little kitties to match the shaker mix. And then I am going to add my acetate window, which I have to trim down just a little bit to fit because this frame is smaller than the 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 card base. And then I'm taking my red double-sided adhesive because it's a really strong adhesive, and I'm just going to go around that entire square window with that. And then I will go ahead and peel off one side of the frame, and I'm going to add my adhesive, and then I will peel off the remaining pieces. This helps me to just keep it nice and even and not kind of crooked or wonky, and it gets it nice and flat. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove the rest of the backings for those pieces, and then that acetate's going to stick really nicely down on my window. And then I'm adding the foam, and this isn't real thick foam. They are 1/8 inch wide, but they're not really tall. So I'm going to go ahead and add that to my frame. And I'm always so stingy with my shaker mixes. I never want to use too much. And so I had this little bit. I honestly should have kept it. And then I was like, no, I'm not going to be stingy on this card. I'm going to add a whole bunch of the shaker mix. So I added this little bit. And like I said, this would have been the perfect amount. And then I'm like, oh, let's not be stingy, Jen. And so I went ahead and I added a whole bunch more, which was a mistake. And you'll see why. I was so upset that I couldn't fix this. But I went ahead and I placed the shaker window over that, and then you'll see that because the foam isn't really high and there are some fairly chunky pieces in the shaker mix, it doesn't move around that great, and then stuff gets stuck over my cute little kitties. And so I was a little upset that I misjudged that, but I still think it's a cute card, and if you're shaking it, it eventually will shake off. But I went ahead on the inside, I used that little wiener dog stamp, and then there is the other sentiment bubble. So the outside says, "We wish you a merry," and then when you open up the card, it says Christmas, and it has that cute little wiener dog. And then I'm using some of the threads from the box, and I just did a double bow, and then I added one of those clay pieces from the shaker mix to the center of the bow using a little bit of glue. But if you haven't already created some cards using these stamp sets, this one is so adorable. So many cute little characters, and just perfect for the holidays. That's going to finish off my last card. I have a few tags that I made. I don't show the process because they're super simple, but I'm going to go ahead and show you the tags and then run through the cards one more time. And so the tags I made, I just did 3 layers. A layer of cardstock, a layer of pattern paper, and then this is actually vellum that I'm using on these. And I did do eyelets on these. I just cut this in my paper trimmer and then used a corner rounder to round off the corners and added one of the bows from the ribbon from the box. And then on this one, I did kind of a rabbit-eared corners, just cutting with the scissors. And again, it has a piece of cardstock, pattern paper, and then the vellum. And then for this one, I added a little trim from my stash of the pearls because I thought it looked really nice with that beautiful floral paper. And while I'm going through the last look at these cards, I just wanted to say a big thank you and a shout out to Alex and Lisa and everybody involved in making this event happen. I know it wasn't easy this time with everything that's going on. I also wanted to give a huge shout out to everybody that is participating for your patience and your dedication to Maker Forte and the Crafter Party. This is a really great community to be a part of, and everybody just is so awesome. And so I love being a part of it and participating in the Crafter Party events. And this was no exception today. I really love this box. They are always fabulous. I hope you enjoyed this video and maybe got some new ideas for some Christmas cards or other occasion cards that you can also create. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Crafter Party weekend. As always, there is a lot to be inspired by from all of the teachers, and so I wish you well, and thanks so much for being a part of it with me today.
Thank you, Jen. I love her shaker cards, the ideas with the acetate, and I have so much acetate and vellum and all sorts of stuff that needs to, you know, be used up. And actually, I've been playing with something I'm going to show you in a second. I'm going to finish this up in a second. But anyway, so I'm just playing around with some stuff here as well. Shaker mixes for product line. Thanks, Lisa. Just there's, yeah, lots to add to the list as well. So yeah, I do like the idea of shaker mixes though. So do you all like the little embellishments, the snowflakes? Lisa found those and we bagged them up. They were kind of just a random mix we did. But let us know if you like those. Bear in mind, you can also color those snowflakes. You can alcohol ink them and color them as well. So that is an option on there as well. And you can also dye any of the ribbons. So like the gingham ribbon you got in the last box and stuff, you can dye that with re-inkers. You can just put some on your surface and run your ribbon through it, or put some on a dauber or a brush and run it through that way as well. So all those things are options too. So you can always customize and change stuff up as well. That ribbon I used earlier, which I think this might have been from the Eileen Hull stuff. If you put like a little bit of black on the edges of this, it looks like really spooky, cool, like fall Halloweeny, or Grand Canyon looks really good on this too. You can just kind of, I had Grand Canyon out a minute ago. I have a brush with Grand Canyon on. Yeah, the summer camp pack. Spoiler as to what I was working on. You see, you can kind of just like bring out the nap, I think they call it. So it just looks like a little bit richer and things. So you can go in and you can also stamp on ribbons. So remember, you can always just stamp on them and do stuff with them too. Anyway, you can do that. You can do it with the lace pieces. You can color those with inks, like any of that kind of stuff. I had a whole bag of it sitting here, but I already buried it under stamps because, yeah. So there's that too. But yeah, so that's what we've been up to. So we need some winners, and then we have an hour together. And I want to talk about scene building a little bit and some of the stamp sets we've got. I just grabbed a couple out. I've been playing around. I made this panel, which you kind of just got a spoiler alert of. And I want to show you how I did it. I had one of those Alex ideas, and actually this one worked out. So I'm going to show you how I did it. As well. So let me bring up our winners list. This is so much easier. So what Lisa did was took everyone who's registered for the crafter party and she randomized them for me. And so it's super easy. So I just go down. I'm not going to tell you who's on the list, and then we'll do it again tomorrow. So so our next winner is Carmen Chang. Carmen, you win a $25 Maker Forte gift card, so congratulations. Lisa will get all of those out to you next week. And let's see, I'm also going to pick one out the participants chat as well, so for those of you who are here. Sorry, Lisa. So I landed on Heather Jameson. So congratulations, Heather, as well. So I picked from everywhere, but I highlighted it on our sheet so she knows. Okay. How's everyone doing? Is everyone having fun? Are you learning things? You're welcome, Heather. Loving it. Lots of great ideas. A third cup of coffee, Bethany. Oh my God, I still haven't had one. I did make a cup of tea at lunch. For some reason, I've got back into tea, and I have a lovely collection of tea. And when I was last in England, I bought some from a place called Forte Mason. It's a grocery store in like the center of London. It's like absolutely stunning, like gorgeous place to go. And so I made a Maker Forte blend tea. You actually got to make your own tea, and they helped you blend one. And then I have a Chelsea garden tea, which is from the Chelsea Flower Show. If you're big into flowers and stuff, you might know what that is. So that's actually what I had at lunch, Chelsea garden tea. So there's that. Okay, so Francine loves Forte Mason's tea. They're the best tea. Yes, it's my absolute favorite. There's a few I really, really love from there. So there's that as well. And I'm going to just finish. So I made this panel that we're going to finish off together. I'm going to add a little bit of the rah-rah skirt on. And the nice thing about the neons is they have a little bit more pigment in them. So a little bit of that thicker part that will sit on top of other inks. So once you've blended, I sometimes go in with my like rah-rah skirt, or it might be lime white. It depends on what colors I'm doing. But you can kind of see it. So what I was going for was, you know, that like red stormy sky, particularly when I lived in Ohio, we used to get a lot of those like really kind of stormy skies, and they were like red sunsets and things. I love those skies. I miss them. We don't really get them so much down here. But what I thought I would do is take maybe the tree line. What else I picked out? Might even put a little bit of lightning coming down. Maybe some mountains with the tree line. Let's try it. I want to do the edge of the mountains here. So this is Mountain Builder. So the one thing about building a scene is you have to do it back to front. It's really counterintuitive. So whatever you want at the front, you do first, and whatever you want at the back, you do first. So what I will often do is be like, okay, so I want my mountains to be at the front, and I'll lay it all out, and then I'll take a photo with my phone and do it that way, because I'm then going to do my trees on top like this. But we need our mountains first. So we're going to use, I think so we'll just use our Misty. And then I'll show you how I blended the background, because this was a really fun one. We're going to do a more holiday-y one, but this is one I've wanted to do for a while. So I'm going to put a bigger piece down. This is the piece I blended on. I just turned it over. And I'm going to tape my piece on here. Could use my magnet. What's there? The thing is with the magnet is with my nails, I can never pick it up. I know you can put tabs on it as well. And I do it on a bigger piece if I don't have the sticky grid, because it stops it moving around. That's the reason I'm doing it. And I want this like right down on the edge like that. So it's just like a little bit of the mountain. Okay. And what my flips. I wonder if I can convince Maddie to organize my inks before tomorrow. So I'm using some Eclipse. And I'm going to take a little brush and a little bit of fog. Yeah, build it back to front. So whatever is going to be in the front. So for me, the front is my mountains. That's what's going in first. So I'm taking a little brush and some fog while this black is still wet. And I'm basically smudging out the black and adding in some fog. I'm going to do more in a second, but I wanted to get in there quickly just to smudge out some of those lines so they're not too crisp, because that black takes a second to dry, and it'll take even longer when I show you, because I'll show you how I created like my own custom paper. So I'm just kind of starting out, but I do want those to be a lot darker. So I'm going to take a little bit of masking paper. Usually we have the Gina K Masking Magic actually out in the store. So this is just one I had in my stash. But I'm going to do the same thing. And it doesn't have to be cut well or stamped well or anything. And so you can see where I had my thing. I might not even need any ink. We'll see. All you need is a rough outline. You don't even need to like re-ink it necessarily. And then I'm going to take our scissors. We're going to cut. Ideally, you want to cut in the middle of the line if you can, because we're going to use both pieces. But I feel like these are the lefty ones. They are. I could feel it like pulling to one side. Not a pair. Don't cut it right. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. If you have something like a scan and cut, you could use that. You could, but you'll need a thicker line. And remember, you'll have to join the line up. So you would have to draw a bottom line so it cut the whole thing out for you. Or if you've got the SVGs, you could cut that. Okay. So there's our two pieces. What's this? Because now you can keep these pieces. You don't have to trash them afterwards. I keep in the back of the stamp set, like I put a little bit of release paper back on, and I put them in the back of the stamp set. That's kind of how I do them. So then you don't have to like make the mask every time. And like I'm putting dressings on my stitches. Okay. So we're going to start with some fog. I'm actually going to grab, remember earlier we used the, okay. So I'm grabbing all those W's back again that we had. Oh, no, don't fall on the floor. So I'm going to start actually at W2 because I don't think W0 is going to do much for me. I want a little bit of scrap paper over here. All of the miscut cardstock comes in here. So if you think, oh my gosh, she's using really good cardstock, it was miscut or there's something wrong with it. I'm not really using like really good cardstock. Do that. And then that was 2. I'm going to skip up to 5. And what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to start tracing these lines.
that's in the artwork. And the cool thing about having the masking paper, as long as you don't saturate the masking paper too much, it kind of acts as a guide. So you don't have to like do a ton of really precise coloring either. I'm going to skip all the way up to my W7. And so I'm holding the pen very perpendicular to the paper, and I'm not even flicking, I'm just dotting. Just dotting, 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 dotting. And I'm going down the edge of the mountain to start with. Then I'm going to go down these little cracks. Again, I'm dotting and not actually coloring. And anywhere that I feel kind of too red or white, you know, too much open space, just add a few little dots, not much. Then we're going to go in with that W5 and just kind of fade it out a little bit. And then we'll go down to a W3, and that's when I'm kind of going to bring those flicks back in. Really what I'm doing is trying to make it moody. Now you could go over this even darker and you could turn these into full mountains, but I want it to look like the shadow of that sky is getting picked up in the mountains, which is why I left it like this. Okay. And then you can peel up your mask. So you can see, so it looks like it's still got a little bit of that red picked up in the mountains. But then we're going to take the other part of our mask here. Like this. Stick that on the top. So now we're covering up those. And this is where you now add on your tree line or, you know, whatever else. So you add on your next line. Whoops. And I'm going to suggest you, I'll show you what I mean, but I slip my mask down a little bit so you can see that black edge of your stamped image. And I slip it down just a smidge so you can see that black edge on there. Okay. I just find that that works easier for me at least. So again, we're going to put this back in here. The masking is really going to hold it down. And I'm going to use that winter tree line stamp. Yeah. Like this. Just want that tree line to poke up over the mountains. And one thing I like kind of play around with is often I'll stamp it in a lighter color and then kind of figure out how dark I really want it to be, because if I go dark, I can't go back. So I'm going to start off with Hyde Park, which is a nice, really kind of like light crisp green. And then I can figure out, oh, do I like this? Do I not like this? You know, all that kind of stuff. So you can see in here, I actually kind of like how light it is. I'm going to do it a second time and just see where that gets me. I don't think I want to go as dark as Everglades. I'm thinking maybe the British Racing Green. But I really kind of like how that's, you know, giving me that little bit of moodiness in there. So I think I'm going to start. And I'll show you what I've got on here in a second. So I just added, you can see up here just a little bit. And then what I do is I take my finger, and you could use kitchen towel too. But I just take my finger and I tap, and it really softens out some of that color and those edges. So you see now how that kind of starts to have a bit more in here. So I actually want a little bit more. So my finger kind of becomes my ink dauber. I've still got that Hyde Park in the background. And so you've got that really nice kind of softness. I'm going to take my smusher and really smush just over the join where that masking tape is, because that's enough thickness that it kind of gives you a weird line. So the other thing you can do is, remember, you've got all that ink on your finger, is you can soften that line by just using the ink that's on your finger and just soften it up. Okay. And then easy, Alex. I'm actually going to add I don't know the tree line, but I don't have one. I feel like if I add these, it's going to be too much. I don't want. I'm going to try something. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try it. So I'm taking, I can't remember which one this is. This is it Snow Down the Lane or something. It has like these trees.
Yes, Snow Down the Lane.
And I'm just going to use my fingers. And you see I can just press in a couple of them. I'm using the opposite end. So normally this one would be over here, but I'm pressing it in over on this side. I'm going to get really brave, but I'm going to brush like a lot of this ink off. Just so it kind of gives me this extra like foliage, because otherwise it's going to be too much. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. I'm going to start off with some Hyde Park. Fresh Prints might work well. One of my Fresh Prints is right now. So I'm going to just take in stuff I have from, and even just the treetops. You see, I can just like add little bits in like that. But Fresh Prints would probably, so same thing. Like I've just put the green on and I'm brushing it a lot with my fingers. Because, and I just keep stamping. I really don't want much on here. I kind of just want some trees. Like I just want it to look like there's a forest without it being too much. So you've got that really nice kind of dense tree line, and then you've got like some sketchiness. There's no my fingers with green. Thank you. So I might have to go wash them in a minute. But I'm gonna spritz them with a little bit of Squid Buster. Hope that's enough for a minute. Okay. So that's kind of where we've got to so far. This bit's like super stuck. Okay, note to self, make sure your Copic coloring is dry before you peel this off, because I'm going to have to do a little mini repair, but that's okay. So I'm just taking, this is the W3. So I'm just kind of going back in, just do my little repair here. So that's kind of where I am with that. And I really love like how moody that looks. Obviously not holiday related, but you could make it holiday. You could have done blues and grays and stuff like that. But what I was thinking was to like add a little bit of drama to it. Roots. No, which one, right? This is going to be our sentiment. So we're going to do this as our sentiment, and I'm going to do it as a split sentiment. So this is how I do a split sentiment. So position where I want my first one to be. So I'm going up to trees, I'm going on up to the S. So I'm putting like a little bit of masking tape, post-it tape, pixie tape, whatever, over the take. Then we ink up our sentiment. And then the next part is really important, and it's the bit I always forget, is make sure you remove the tape before you stamp. Lift up. Then, because I'm not very good at cleaning stamps, I actually tape off that whole bit that I just stamped. When I'm positioning, because I just want to make sure I get it right first. I'm going to show you my cheats way, because this is how I do it. It is more wasteful, so don't judge. But what I do is take my little piece from last time. So I've got it under on the S of trees. Helpful if you can have it flat, but I don't have enough room to have it flat. And then I put my big bit back so I don't have to clean the stamp. So there's my sentiment. So we've now done it over 2 lines. And we can reuse that piece too. So I might have to clean it in between. I'm the worst at cleaning stamps, by the way. And then I think kind of like that one. What do you think? Maybe that one's better. Let's do that one. Just a little bit of Squid Buster to get rid of the ink that's on there. So I'm not quite sure how I want to stamp this. I have two ideas. So I'm going to start with some fog and see how that goes. It's okay. I think. It's great. Yeah, I actually like that because the fog and the white mix together and then you end up on that. But I love that scene. So there's a way to make a really cool, like moody, stormy scene. So storms make roots, make trees take deeper roots. So we did the split sentiment, we did the scene building, we did some coloring, we did some little fixes down here, and then added that. And you could even take, maybe this one would be good, with an acrylic block. Just trying to find the package. I'm going to take some white. I don't want too much. Oh yeah, so just like a little bit of it kind of coming in, and then you've got that big bolt that comes down there as well. So the idea of these roots is you can turn them into branches and add foliage to them with like stencils and stamps and other stuff we've got. You can take them and you can turn them into lightning, or you can make them look like roots underground. So you can do all kinds of different fun things on there as well. I see them as lightning. I don't know, just like instantly I looked at them, I was like, oh, it looks like lightning. So, but you could make it and have it like a root and then just have the top of the tree and then, you know, storms. There's some other cool ones in there. What other trees are the trees that are slow to grow, bear the best fruit? Trying to read it back to find. So that's another way on there as well. So I want to show you how I made the background. I'm going to do it with different colors this time. But it was like one of those like happy accident techniques, which we all love. So let's grab another piece of cardstock. So that's that one. You can probably tell every time I get up because I go, oh. All right. So this is how I made this background. As I say, happy accident technique, picked up a brush, had the wrong thing on it, but I love how it came out. So I'm going to share it. So we're going to do one that's more wintry. So I'm going to go with shades of blue. Let's see what we've got here. We've got neon lights. We've got car. Got Maybe. I don't think we're going to the purples, but we might. Making sure I got all my blues. Okay. So here's how you do it. All right. She's probably gonna think I'm crazy as I start doing this. All right, so what I did was I took a brush, probably this one's good, and I started loading up my icy mist. My brush actually already had some color on it and I was trying to match it up. But what I found was at some point I blended Snow Flurry's pigment pad in it and I hadn't washed it. And this is how I got this cool effect. So I took and I recreated it just now. So what I do is load your brush up with a color, okay? And then take your brush that's got some of that color in. Do not put it back in there because once it's got the pigment in, you're going to have to wash it. All right. So just FYI, don't put it back on there. But then blend some of that color in. If you want, you could even add a bit of re-inker in there. I don't know if I got icy mist here. Icy mist. So like if you feel like your color's too light, don't go into the pad, you'll wreck the pad. But you could add a smidge of re-inker and start blending. It depends how much ink is in your brush. If you've got lots, then you might not need to. But what it does is create, you can just about see it, I just looked at. You create this like really lovely light base that you can blend on top of. And because there's a little bit of pigment in there, you've got the dye and the pigment in there. I need some sticky paws. Because I want to touch this and not get green on it and not get white pigment ink all over everything too. So I'm just going to use some sticky paws to hold this. It also won't leave any marks that way. Okay. I'm just going to use 2 little sticky paws to hold. And what it does is because it adds that little bit of pigment coating to your cardstock, everything else is going to blend so much better too. And you see that like really lovely light base that it's creating? I've never been able to ink blend and get that kind of like lovely light coverage as a base until my little happy accident. I told you, like, this white re-inker is amazing. So we've just found another use. So this brush I'm putting to the side because it's got pigment in it. You do need to wash it before you do anything else with it. Okay. I'm just going to wipe this up, a little bit of Squid Buster. And then we're going to take this brush. We're going to start blending our background. So I'm going to go in actually with Icy Mist, anywhere where I want a little bit more of it. But everything now is going to blend so smoothly. That's what I found, because that little bit of pigment stops the ink drying so fast. And now all of a sudden, I can create like this really moody, icy kind of sky. I think I'm going to take... So you see like how I can take this muscle car? Like, look how I can fade that out so easily, like just a couple of brush strokes. I literally go in the corner. I'm just swiping backwards and forwards, but that pigment means that everything is just like moving perfectly. This is a little bit of Vegas strip. I'm just kind of like bringing that icy ambiance in now. We need like a sapphire blue. I feel like that dark navy blue. Must be on next year's list. So you can kind of see how this is starting to come together. And I'm just going to go back. Actually, maybe some neon lights in this one here. My neon lights looks very well lit. We're just gonna do the bottom and we're going to rise up with some neon lights. And so you see that pigment is still allowing everything to just move so nicely. I'm going to grab some. I think this is what I want. I can't set up this or blue raspberry. I guess we're going to find out. No, I want blue mare because I want that little bit of like green tinge in the bottom, like the, you know, the foliage is kind of rising up. Again, I'm just taking a little bit of ink and I'm just swiping back and forth like a zigzag or a paintbrush stroke, because that pigment is just allowing it to move backwards and forwards. You see how nicely it fades out? There's no like harsh lines or anything like that. It just like does this perfect fade. And that's what I really loved about my little happy accent here. I did grab top teal, but do I want Welsh dragon? Do wash. Yeah, I think wash because it's got more blue in it. Again, tiny bit because it's super dark, but just like that. And I do a bit more on the edges because I want those to like be the little bit more moody. But if you are ink blending challenged, I think this makes it way easier to get an easy blend. And the active wash is kind of like my final. I'm going to drag it down out the corners because I kind of feel like it's almost like a, I don't know, not Northern Lights, but like it just adds that little something extra. And because it's in that neon family, it's got that extra pigment in. And so there it's just kind of giving the sky a little bit of turmoil, which is what I wanted. All right. So there's our scene. Now you can decide obviously what you want your scene to be. couple of options I grabbed out for you. Obviously we can use Mountain Builder again. You could also use the Under the Sea, into the Deep Scene Builder. So this here is designed to be like a little wave line, but you could also use, you can also like add, we did it so the mountains stack on top. So if you have the mountains, you could have like the top of your sea and have the mountains on top if you wanted to. So like completes your scene up. Do you need to let the pigment blend in before blending other colors? No, you're fine with just going straight in. You actually want it still to be wet, Francine, but you just don't want to use that brush again on there. So that's the Into the Deep. You could also use this as a hillside. It doesn't just have to be waves. You can use that as well. But I thought I grabbed. I grabbed our, let me just grab it 1 second. I'll be as quick as I possibly can. Sorry, I grabbed it, but I hadn't. I want you to use the Snowy Silent Night. And then we're going to add some extra details in and like blend it all out. So thanks, Carrie. I just saw your comment. This. We'll do that. Clips. You could also do Home for the Holidays. I think that would look really nice like this too. So there's our little scene. For a second. Quick scene. My cloth is filthy too. It's really not helping this whole thing. That also was not Squid Buster. I can smell. The Squid Buster's on the other side. That one out. I'm going to put this pad back in because otherwise we're never going to find it later. And then I did the same thing. I'm going to take, and you could use colored pencils. You can use Copics. I mean, literally, you know, you can use whatever you feel like. You could leave that as it is. I mean, I think that looks, you know, really pretty as it is. But So I'm going to take my T1 and start by filling in a little bit of smoke in here. I'm not going to do much, but I kind of just want to like, this is one way to take your ink blending and like really elevate it. We'll do a little bit of this, more of this in the Christmas or the holiday card making class we have coming up. Just adding a little bit in there. And then go up to a W3. And I'm not, you see, I'm not coloring solid. Because your eye will fill in the difference. And it also allows like this little bit of texture to be there if you don't do it all. Put some E43. We'll do the little banks along the edge here. I'm going to go in my 0 and just blend that out a little bit. But I want to draw your focus to the church because that's like, you know, the focal point of our scene. Like that. Again, on our trees, I'm not coloring in the trees. You see how I'm kind of like doing wavy lines almost backwards and forwards. And I would then pick out like Maker's Magic Pearl or Marshmallow Paste, or probably not the glitter because I would do the glitter on the snowflakes. But then I would pick out, you see how it's got these little snow caps on it? I would finish it off with that, and then I don't have time for it to dry quickly enough here, but just to kind of give you that. But you know, I'm not taking lots of time. I'm not doing like perfect coloring. I'm taking what was a really pretty little scene. And I'm just adding a few little bits and pieces. Trying to take some W2. And I'm literally just gonna dot my way down the mountain again, because dots fade out themselves. So if you just do these little like dots, you don't have to worry about blending and fading and flicks and any of that kind of stuff. You just go for it. And there is a lot of hillside there, so we're going to dot our way down. There's a lot here, so we'll just kind of dot our way through here. Just so it looks like there's some texture in there as well. So it just like, you know, we can blend all these gorgeous scenes, we can do all this stuff. And now I'm taking my, what's this, B00, and I'm doing the opposite side of the mountain. And basically what I did was just like a low little U's. So if you do like cursive U's, that's pretty much what I'm doing, because the light bounces off. And so like now you can see, like all of a sudden I kind of like push that sky up. I don't know if that even makes sense, but like that's what it kind of does, is it pushes that sky up. Now I'm taking a darker green and I'm just doing dots. Literally, you can see I'm not even coloring, I'm just dotting. So 0 talent, skill. I can't draw. Great with a little bit of Illustrator. That's how I do everything. I'm doing the peaks on these houses because I want them to just stand out a little bit more. I feel like they're a little bit flat. And this is a W5. The edge of the steeple. The last thing I want, I don't have yellow. I have some red. Ideally, I'd like a yellow to put in the window, but I'm going to put just a smidgen of red so it looks like the candlelight. And when I say smidgen, you see like dots. And now all of a sudden that scene, which was already pretty, don't get me wrong, now like really, really pops. And it was super simple. Like I just grabbed pens we've been using all day long. I didn't grab anything extra. You could do a little bit of extra ink blending if you wanted to, but then I would just take some Maker's Magic and either add some glitter or use the clear and the white. And then you've got this really cool card on here. So we did this one and we did, why do I never know where I put my card? I need an intervention in this room. If anyone wants to come down and clean the classroom, let me know. So there you go. So same technique. Yeah, you could do wedding cards and just do like lighter colors and things like that. So take your stamps, you can scene build, as I say, you work backwards. So whatever you want full in the front, that's what you're going to stamp first, and then you're going to work your way backwards from there as well. And you can really just kind of elevate those blended scenes and then use the white Snow Flurries re-inker underneath, and you get this like really cool effect on there. So that was my little tutorial on scene building. Hopefully that helped lots of you. I know lots of people have been asking me about scene building and stuff, so hopefully some of those tips and tricks really helped you on there as well. And some lovely things. I'll just, so we have a little bit of room on the table. I do have another coloring project I want to do, but probably tomorrow because I'll have to clear down on there. What's everyone been making? Maybe we need like a little show and tell 10 minutes. What do we think? What's everyone been making? Nothing? Everyone's so quiet today.
I'm still wiring up my little beads for to put in these. So that's what I've been doing.
Have you made any?
I was working with these little donuts.
Yeah, mind you.
The little bat one. Finishing up my Halloween stuff a little bit late.
I didn't even make Halloween cards. You're ahead of me, Laura.
But the donuts are really cute. I really like them.
I love them too. Maybe next year. Maybe I can turn them into Thanksgiving donuts or something.
I've been trying to finish up my candy bar wraps that I'm doing.
Oh, Gina, they're adorable.
Yeah, they are so cute. I'm doing these for my coworkers for Halloween for Monday.
Anyone else been crafting?
I don't know if I showed this earlier, but I'm doing a couple more of these.
Oh, I like that too. I love the
yeah, it's actually one of the Harvest Wishes was one of the red rubber first ones you did last year.
Yeah, I think like Harvest Wishes or something they say on them or something. I remember doing those.
Yes, Harvest Wishes, and there's like a little pumpkin with it and stuff. I can't find
lines into mummies. That's cool. I've done nothing. I bought a bag of Halloween candy and If I go out tonight to my friend's party, I'm Harley Quinn. Maddie is, what did Maddie do? Something gothic. I'll post pictures. And Tilly is Luna Lovegood. So that's our family Halloween.
Here's one. Sorry, it's backwards, but I used one of your stamps on. This is a paper challenge I'm trying to do because I have tons of old paper.
Hang on, I'm
So.
trying to find you.
That's pretty, Jay.
Thanks.
Oh, it's really pretty.
I just made a Halloween card
I like
for
that
my best friend for the last minute. I can't stamp when I'm trying to watch this, so I did.
Hang on, Jen. I'm fine.
I did the paper from the fallback.
That's cute, Jen.
Thanks.
Yeah. I love that paper.
Adorable.
I want to, like, frame a piece of it and put it on the wall somewhere. Like, I love that paper.
That's my favorite one too. I've used a lot of it. I used both the pieces that I had. So
I didn't make anything today, but I did do something on Thursday. I'm not sure how I get this sharpened up. So, oops. No. I don't know how my camera works on my iPad.
You have to turn off your Zoom background, instead of obliterating it because it's hiding it.
I forgot about that. Let me see. Background effects. There. So this should work then.
Yep.
Oh,
gorgeous.
Wow. Gorgeous, yeah.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I made them pick a tarot card and then just start working on their feelings. And mine was the Tower, and I got really scared because it's about life-changing events, and so I made it about awakening.
Beautiful. I love the moons across the top. That is so cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
And hi, Graciela.
Yes. So it was fun. They all liked it. So
It's gorgeous. Everyone's been busy. So it's what we're up to, 2:57. I can't believe it's 3 o'clock already, but we still have 2 awesome videos. We've got Joy and I don't know, I put the schedule down.
Catherine and then Joy.
Thanks, Lisa.
Welcome.
You know it's in this pile somewhere.
I know.
All right, I need to queue up the video. So why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? We've had 2 hours since lunch, so I'm going to have a quick loo break, as we would say in England, and grab a cup of tea or a coffee, and we'll come back here at 3, what do we do? 3:10. I think that gives us plenty of time, and then we'll jump into Catherine's video. So everyone, go grab yourself a quick drink, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
There's nothing even happening on there. I don't understand it. It's supposed to be going on. Nothing happens.
Okay. Got my tea.
Oh, I really.
We're talking to mom.
And I did another, what was it, Chelsea Garden tea. So most of I haven't noted. Oh, okay.
Yes, Carmen, the only new ink is the shell suit. Okay, I think that's everything. So next up, oh, I didn't do a winner last hour. So our winner, oh, hang on, Lisa sent me a drum roll. Just a minute. Yes, Lisa, you can add the charms, and I will talk about that after Catherine's video. Okay, I did it really. No. Actually, good job. Bonnie Rubin is our winner for the last hour from 2 till 3. Bonnie, you get a $25 Make a Forte gift card, so congratulations. I will do another free order before the end of the day after Joy's video, and then we'll do some in the morning as well to give you a chance to get those in, and then we'll keep doing our $25 every hour as well. So next up we have Catherine's video. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Catherine is working on tags, watercoloring, kaleidoscope powder, maker's magic, and more. So like all kinds of mediums is what Catherine's going to be working on. So let's go.
Hey there, this is Catherine Cartwright. Welcome to Crafter Party. I'm going to jump right in. I'm going to start by making a tag. You got your box full of goodies, the bunch of stamp sets, some glitter, some little embellishments, ribbon, paper, just lots and lots of fun stuff, as well as stencils too. I can't forget those. So I'm going to start this tag by stamping with my Welsh Dragon. I'm using one of those wreaths from the holiday wreath stamp set, that big beautiful 6x8 stamp set that was included in your box. I love the way the Welsh Dragon looks with this wreath, so I'm just stamping that directly on there, and then I will add a Merry Christmas sentiment in the middle. I love the way that the wreath is open, so you can add your sentiments inside. And there's several to choose from in different fonts. So I'm just going to select the one that I want for this tag, and then I'll add that to the middle. I'm going to use some telephone box ink, which is a beautiful red, to ink up the center. And then I'll add that to my tag. And I'm going to stamp it twice. It's the first time I've used it. It's stamped fine, but I just wanted to make sure that I've got a really nice bright red color. And then I'm going to have some fun with kind of an older technique, I guess you would call it. I've got some red line tape. It's a really, really sticky tape. It's called red line because I guess the liner is red. And it comes in different widths. I've had some forever of different widths, and I'm using this one here. I have taped down my tag, and I'm going to run 3 lines across my tag here, and then I'm going to use some of that beautiful glitter that was included in the Crafter Party box. I'm not a big loose glitter person. I love glitter glue. If you've ever watched my videos, I love stickles because the glue is suspended. The glitter is suspended in the glue, and so you don't get the same mess as you do with loose glitter. But occasionally I love to pull some glitter out for this kind of technique where I'm going to be burnishing this glitter into this very, very strong tape. So I've got my 3 pieces laid out where I want them. And this tape is very, very sticky. So I'm just going to take my scissors and run around here and trim off the excess. Now, a couple of tips on using red line tape that I am not going to do in this video. So that's why I'm going to give you a tip, is when you get to the point of removing the liner, you really need to use what I call a pokey tool, that has a sharp tip on it at the end, because you'll see that I kind of pull the glue up a little bit with my fingernail by trying to get the liner off. So I suggest using that. It just helps get the tape off easier if you're using it for some kind of application like this. So I'm going to pull out my glue, my glitter for my red line. But first I want to put some ribbon in here before I start pulling out the glitter. So included were some ribbon and some twine, and I know I'm going to use the red, and I'm just kind of looking at the colors again because I couldn't remember offhand. I knew they were sort of a Christmas holiday tone. And then I don't love that green with the teal, so I'm just going to go with red and white, and then I'll take a piece of twine and add that to my tag as well. So I'm just losing my ribbon here. It slipped off the table, so I'm just retrieving it. And then I'm going to trim a couple of pieces down to thread through my tag. I also am going to pick out a piece of this twine. I'm going to choose that green one, and then I'm just going to figure out how I'm going to put this together. So I'm going to trim down my ribbon here, and I like to leave a generous tail on my tags. A lot of times I will make my Christmas tags before the season hits. You know, if I'm making a video or I'm inspired to create a project and share, I'll go ahead and make them, but I don't know what I'm specifically what present I'm going to use it for. So I like to leave a generous amount on the end of my tag so that I can tie it to a bottle or a bag or something, and I just have enough of the ribbon left to be able to use it. So you'll see I like to thread it through this way and then pull it into a knot at the top. Very, very pretty. The ribbon is so beautiful. It's kind of a satin feel to it, and the color is beautiful. So I've got that, and then I'm going to cut a piece to the finished product. So I'll just tie that. I'm going to make another knot, and then I'll tie a little ribbon with that. And I love twine. I don't really use ribbon much anymore in my card making. I used to use it a good bit, but I've kind of gotten away from that more into stencils and one layer cards. And so it's fun to make a tag because I like to use those kind of things with tags. All right, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to trim down the tails of these and just clean that right side up. All right, so we're almost ready to apply the glitter. So I'm going to get out a piece of cardstock. I'm going to pull out a piece of Swiffer. I use either a Swiffer cloth or a microfiber to kind of grab any loose glitter. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of loose glitter unless it's attached very well to the card. I don't know why, because I love glitter. I love shine. But I just don't like the mess of it, which is very ironic because if you could see my craft room, it is a disaster area, really. Like, I am the messiest crafter. And so the irony of that I wouldn't want to pile in a little bit of glitter mess it's just really ironic. All right, so I'm gonna peel off just one of the liner tape. So again, use your pokey tool, and then I'm gonna tap this off the excess, trying to get as much of it off as possible. And then I'm going to burnish my finger on the back of it, trying to get that glitter to stick even more. And for a little bit more irony, you can see I was looking for my bone folder, and you can see it right underneath that paper. I noticed that when I was getting ready to do the voiceover, that I was looking desperately for my bone folder, and it's right there. So just to keep it real, I'm a very keep it real kind of crafter. So, and there it is again. I just got a kick out of that. We're not perfect, that is for sure, in the craft room. Okay, so let me get back on topic. I'm sorry. So I've got the next piece that I'm going to do. So I'm pressed that green down really well, trying to get as much of the glitter to stick as possible. And then now I'm going to use my gold. And this one I'm going to kind of control a little bit more than I did with the green. I had more room down there, and since I've already got a color, I'm just going to gently tap on there so I don't have quite as much mess to pick up as well. So I've got that layer on there. and you can see I missed a little bit of that end. So I'm just going to take this glitter, and this glitter is so nice. It's such a high quality and it's very fine, which I like. And it's beautiful for an application like this. So again, I'm going to take my finger, just press that directly onto the paper. You can see a little bit more glitter released. So I've got a nice hold of the remaining glitter. And I'll clean this little mess up again, and then we'll move on to our next color. All right, so I'm using my Swiffer again to get any little bits of glitter up. And then I can move to my final color. So if you didn't want to do the glitter in something like this, you could just cut some strips, some paper strips, and apply those at the bottom if you wanted to add this interest at the bottom of your tag. And then on the back, you could stamp a to from, write a to from, and write your message on there. I often add to these larger tags, I have a little gift card die holder that cuts out a little die pocket, and I will add those to the back of these cards. It makes a great way to hold a gift card or a little bit of money. So a lot of times I will do something like that. My children are much larger now, and they prefer a gift card or cash as they are teenagers and young adults. And so this is a fun way to still give a handmade element without having to wrap a gift. Okay, so I've got that beautiful red, just finishing that one off. And then again, flipping it over and pressing it firmly into my paper to get the last of that glitter to stick. And I love the way that this turned out. And this is just a fun old technique. Maybe you've got some red line tape or a super sticky tape like this double-sided tape in your craft stash that would work for this. I encourage you to give it a try. And I'm going to finish cleaning up that last of my glitter, and then I'm going to take my little Swiffer here, and I'm just kind of brushing off the rest of any loose pieces. But it sticks very well once you press down and get that good adhesion. So I love the way this turned out, and I encourage you to think about making a tag for your holiday gifts. Okay, moving on. I've got another project for you here, and this is going to be all about texture paste. I loved the Hello Winter stencil included in the box, and then there's this beautiful wintry cardstock paper, patterned paper in shades of blue, and there's some like light pink and a little purple there. So I'm just flipping through these, picking out a few that I want to cut up. I'm going to make one with a stencil, and then some of the others I'm going to add to different projects. But the paper is just beautiful. And then there's also another paper pack that was included that's more of a traditional color scheme. It had more reds, although there were more grays and blacks in that one as well. All right, so I'm just going to pull my trimmer out here. I need to cut down a couple of these pieces of paper for the next few projects. So I've got my trimmer here. I'm going to cut this to, I'm just seeing what the size is. So it's 5 1/4 by 4. So I'm going to, by 8, I should say. So I'm going to cut that down to 8. It's probably 8 1/2. And, but I want a 4 by 5 1/4. And I'm also just making sure that the Hello Winter stencil is going to fit. So this is a fun and quick, easy way. If you've got texture paste in your craft stash that you don't ever really use, this is a fun way to use it with your stencils. And I'm going to add a re-inker to it to add some color because the texture paste is white. Although I do think that they make a clear now and maybe like a matte color. So they're different types of texture paste, but this is the one I'm going to be using. The one that is white from a Ranger, and I'll list that in my supply list. Okay, so I've gotten some paper trimmed that I wanted, and then I'm going to work on creating my custom color texture paste. So I've got this little jar that I picked up somewhere online, and then again I've got a Distress re-inker here, and then I've got my texture paste. So I'm going to create my own color, and then I'll be able to store it once I'm done, because sometimes you'll have leftovers And then you can just mix more in that jar, and you know that that jar is that color. So I'm going to put a fair amount in here. My jar's getting a little low, so I'll have to pick up some more. Texture paste has a really nice body to it. It is not a thin paste. I do have some other brands of paste that one is a stencil butter, and it's a much thinner texture. So it just depends on what you're using, but I think this thicker paste will work great for this project. So I've just added about, I think, 3 drops there. You can see that color really starts coming out, but I've got a lot of product, and I'm going to add a little bit more in a second. And sorry, my hand is totally blocking because I'm trying to see what I'm doing, but you can see a little bit the beautiful blue color that's coming out here. I just kind of picked a tone, Mermaid Lagoon here, that I thought would work well with the shades of this patterned paper. So I added a couple more drops, and I'm going to just keep on blending here. And then when I'm satisfied, I can add my stencil to my paper, and I'm going to apply it directly to that patterned paper. So I've got my Make Art stay platform that helps me hold my stencils, and I'm just going to gently run this through. There are some kind of skinny pieces on this stencil, so I'm having to take care and be careful not to knock them too much out of place. I did have a little bit of smushing, so to speak, where I pushed a little too hard, but I think it still looked pretty good, so I was pretty happy with the result. But I'm just showing you in real time, taking my time here and getting this all out of my jar and making sure that I've got the white part mixed up. And then I can save any of it extra for later, or I can create more. I'm just going to finish this one side here. I like this size spatula that has the longer end, and I just keep a bunch of those on hand to work with this. Scraping out again, and I'm almost satisfied with what I'm doing. And I love stencils because when you use a paste like this, it's kind of a great reveal because you can't necessarily see it. When you ink blend, you can see a little bit easier what's going on with the stencil, but this one's kind of a great reveal. Work that last little bit, and now I'm ready to pull this off. And let's see what we got. And I'm just going to carefully pull this off. This is the hardest part, is peeling it off and not making it fall on itself. And there we go. Hello, winter. And it is beautiful in person. So I'm super happy with that. I'll let that dry, and we'll revisit that in a bit. Okay, moving on. This beautiful stamp, I just stamped onto watercolor cardstock. And I am going to spend some time here coloring. I bet all told this probably took me about 10 minutes to get my kind of pattern together of what I wanted to do while watercoloring. And so I'm going to pull out a block here. I've got some distress ink here. This is Mode Long. And so I have 2 watercolor brushes here that I like to use. This one has a wider brush on it. So you can see it makes very quick work of these larger images. And then I will use a finer brush for more of the detailed places. Now, since I'm not coloring this with a marker or some other kind of medium, this is going to be a more relaxed look, which is what I wanted. When I saw this stamp, I knew that I wanted to watercolor with it. I love the kind of vintage vibe on it. And so I'm just going to wipe off that block, and then I will move on to the next color. And this is going to be for the wooden pieces around the door frame. So the door frame, I guess you would say, of the house. And I just chose a brown here, and I'm going to go around. And you can see with watercolor, when you watercolor like that, it will get lighter. So if you only have one color of a distress ink, you can paint it, and then you can go back and use the same color, and you can make it a little bit darker. So it will kind of dye your paper And that way you can get a little bit more use out of it with one color. And wood obviously is a natural product, so you would definitely have some variation of the colors. And then I also think everything is better once it dries. I'm coming here, changed my brush, doing the thinner one here to get these window sashes and the details related to them. And then I've got to do the inside, and then I'll color in that with a yellow for the window colors behind the lights on, so to speak. Okay. And I'm just doing this as I go and kind of working out the pattern that I'm going to create. I see there's some more green here, some more greenery on the side that I missed, so I'm just going back and working that in there. So pretty. And if you wanted to do something with the little ornaments at the top, there's some ornaments up there that I just went on and colored in. You could probably use like a stickles to add some color to that. Maybe if you had some red stickles, you could add a little bit of that to the balls, your ornaments, and that way would be a little bit more color if you wanted to do so. I'm using fired brick here, and I'm just pulling out the color from the edge, and then I'll turn this upside down. Since I'm left-handed, it's hard to get going on both sides, so I'm just going to flip my paper upside down and then pull out the color from the side, because I want to pull it out from there instead of bringing it in. I think I make less mistakes if I'm starting, if I have kind of an origin point, and then I pull the color out. Because one of the big complaints I think about watercolor is controlling it. And to be honest, I'm not the best watercolorer, but I really enjoy it. It makes me happy, probably because it's a messy craft. and it's very forgiving. And you just get this really cool effect. So it's just a lot of fun. Now I'm going to start this door here, and it got really dark when I first started. And I want it much lighter than that. I probably should have picked a lighter color. And I just re-inked this pad. This is black soot. Usually it doesn't have this much color in it, but you can see it starting to lighten up as I add some more liquid to it. And so I'm going to, in a second here, I'm going to take my microfiber towel and kind of blot off some of that color so it's not so severe. So watercolor, like I said, is very forgiving about that. And I can just see I've got way too much color there. So I'm just going to gently pull that out and wick that off of the paper. And so I've got a really pretty kind of gray black door, and I've got to do the center. Can't forget that. All right, so I'm going to choose a darker color, this walnut stain, to do underneath the arched doorway. There would be a shadow naturally there, and in looking at this beautiful stamped image, I think that that is what it calls for. So instead of leaving that all black, I'm just going to come over here and add a little bit of that walnut stain to soften that up and give some interest. All right, now I've got scattered straw. That's the color I chose for my window. I definitely wanted a warmer yellow because I wanted it to go with the red and the other colors that I've chosen. Just the soft glow of the light around the holidays, right? And now they've got all these LED lights and they're so bright. I always tell my husband, I don't want to come into a home that looks like it's a runway with the planes taken off. The lights are so bright now, and I think because I'm getting older that it's too harsh on my eyes. So my husband and I laugh about that. I would like my lights to stay nice and warm. All right, now I'm going to go back to the yellow. These little globes here, which you'll see in your stamps at home. It's a little hard to see on camera. I could have zoomed in. But they're little candles in there, and so they're like little globes with lights. And then I'm going to work on the lantern on the bottom. And so I will add, if I haven't already, add a little bit of blue to the globe. And that will give you a little bit of, make it look like glass. So again, that detail is a little bit harder to see. And then I decided to go back here and finish off my brick wall. And so I'm just going to pull the rest of that color out. I got some more ink out the fired brick, and I'm going to pull that out and let that dry. And now I need to think about my sky. So I'm just kind of playing around with colors and testing things out before I make my final decision. And I'm going to choose faded jeans for my sky. I wanted it to be a little darker for sure. And so I'm just going to pull this up here, and I liked the way it looked next to the red and the green. And so I've just got my liquid here, making sure I've got enough of it to cover my page. And so I love the way that that looks. I got a little bit overage there, so I'm just going to use my microfiber towel to dry that off. So it's good to keep something like that, a kitchen towel or something kind of pulled off the walkway a little bit and not put the glue down there, and maybe done like a gray or something for the snow. So I'm just trying to pull a little bit of that color off. And then I'm going to decide to use weathered wood to kind of darken a little bit of the snow, where you can kind of see the drawing for the snow. And the first one I picked was way too dark. I don't even remember what that was. And then I went to the weathered wood, and that was a little more of a gray, which is what I wanted for my snow, because it does get dirty and it's not always a beautiful color, but I did want to have a little contrast there. And so I'll finish that off there. And then I'm going to let that dry really well before I start cutting it. It will bow a little bit. You can see it's wet. And so I'll let that dry. So in the meantime, I stamped a bunch of these houses. I think it's the Christmas critters that has the little houses with it, like a big house and a little house. And I colored those with my markers. And then I've got some of the crystal clear that was included in your box. And fair warning, I put way too much glue on here. My thought process was I was going to add some glue with some kaleidoscope powder in there, and I was going to add that to my house, which I do end up doing, but I end up with so much extra because I am adding way too much glue and way too much kaleidoscope powder. I had that little scoop and I needed probably a third of it. But I'm not going to waste it, so don't worry. But this probably would have been enough glue, but then I decided that I needed to add a little bit more. I had a video for Inktoberfest about kaleidoscope powders, so if you're interested in that, be sure to check that out on Hedgehog Hollow's YouTube channel. That was posted this month, maybe the 10th, I think, of October. So if you want to go back and reference it, I talk a lot about kaleidoscope powders and how much fun they are. So you can see again, I've got a ton of glue and a ton of kaleidoscope powder, and the shimmer is beautiful. So I'm just going to add this to my roof line where there's that beautiful detail of the snow, and then on the bottom as well. And I'm sorry, the camera is so sensitive now. It went out of focus there. It's so sensitive, and it does such a good job that it makes everything clear that I didn't want to be clear. But anyway, you can see that I added it to there. You can see a little bit of the shine, and then I'm going to add a little bit to the window as well, since we got the soft warm glow from those lights. And I will let that dry, and then I'll come back with a finished card for that one. Tags, and I am going to coat my tag here with that beautiful kaleidoscope powder and the glue, because it's just too beautiful to waste. You get this nice subtle tone, and if you know anything about the kaleidoscope powders, they're different on light colored paper compared to dark colored paper. So I used that up. I still had some left because, again, I used too much. So I pulled out a piece of black cardstock. Same glue, same kaleidoscope powder, asteroid, which I don't think I said, that is what I used that was in the box. And look at that. Talk about gorgeous. Oh my goodness. And so I was definitely not going to waste that. So I got as much of that off as I could and filled my background. And now it is dry and it's beautiful. So I'm going to trim this down and I'm going to create a card with it. So I trimmed this down to 3.5 by, I think, 5. And then I'm going to add this to a piece of that ho-ho paper that was included in your paper pack with more of the kind of traditional colors, the ho-ho-ho, the Santa. And then I'm going to bring a die cut from my craft stash. And I'm just working on getting the paper out here. I'm using red. And I'm going to cut this down with my die cutter. My paper cutter, I should say. But I am going to add a bit of adhesive here before I do that. I've got some of my Elizabeth Crafts adhesive because I want this to already have the adhesive on the back, because I am sticking it to this dried glue piece, and it's fairly delicate, a thinner die cut. So I want to make sure that I've got something to adhere. I'm not sure if the glue would work well to the glue. So just not taking any chances. I'm just going to add an adhesive to the back. I'm going to pull out my marquee machine here and run this through, and it die cuts beautifully. Everything falls out and it works great on things like that. I've got a review video on that marquee machine on my YouTube channel if you're interested. I did a lot of die cutting with it and trying it out over the last few years, and I have really come to enjoy it and rely on it in my craft room. Okay, so I'm popping this out, and then I'm going to peel off the sticker off camera because it just took too long. So, but I do remove the adhesive backing here, and then I'm going to apply that to my piece of kaleidoscope powder glue, and it is so pretty. So you can see I'm making a hot mess with it. Oh, I did actually get this off, but then I just have to turn this around and get it to fit. I love adhesive sheets, but they are super sticky, and so it's the trade-off of what you need it for. And now I'm going to lay that down, and I will press that on, and it seemed to stick very well. Just going to place this, and that Elizabeth Crafts adhesive is very sticky, as you can see. But you have just a second there to kind of move it, and then when you press it down, it is not moving. So I'm just going to burnish that in, making sure I get a great adhesion. And then I can go about my business of layering all of this together. I'm using a dry adhesive here because that paper was a little curled. A lot of times I mostly use liquid adhesive, but on this one, I like to use my dry adhesive. Pressing that down, and then I will add this to a red card base. This is an A2 sized card, and I love the way that it looked, worked out with the extra accidental glue and kaleidoscope powder. And I'm just going to use my tri-blend markers here to do a very quick color, and I'm going to keep it in traditional colors of red and green. And the beautiful little present. I think there were a couple of presents, a candy cane. I think there was also some snowflakes. I didn't get to use those. I didn't get to them, but I will at some point. And then I'm going to come back here with my marker and color the green ribbon. And then I'll just take a little tiny bit of blue and adhere that to my piece. And that should stick. If it doesn't for some reason, I'll just switch it out to a foam, piece of foam dimensional and pop that up. Okay, so merry and bright. Okay, so that's it. Thanks so much for watching. Here is that tag with the beautiful wreath and the glitter on that tape. And then I just trimmed this piece down, the watercolor piece with that beautiful door frame, and added that to a white card base. I'll probably add a sentiment at some point, but I don't know what, since I'm not sure what I want to use it for. It's so beautiful. So I'll have to think about that one. Here is the Hello Winter. I added this to a piece of grape cardstock, and then I also colored a little friend here holding the balloon in some tones of purple and blue. There is that house with the kaleidoscope powder, and the glue is beautiful. And then I just stamped Welcome Home and added another little critter in the corner. And then here is the Merry and Bright with the extra paper that I made using the kaleidoscope powder and the glue. And then here is an additional tag that I made. I added some of the other little pieces that were included, that Oh Holy Nights from my craft stash, and then I took one of the houses and I added some of this white pearl to it. So it's got some nice dimension, and then I just colored that little house. So I made another tag as well, and then you can see I added that sweet little snowflake. There were some little metal snowflakes included in your box as well. So I hope you enjoy the rest of Crafter Party. I hope you were inspired by what you saw. Be sure to leave me a comment. Let me know if you have a favorite.
Thank you, Catherine. I don't know if Catherine's in house. No, she's not in here right now, but yeah, that was really good. Who else was like, I never thought to mix the Maker's Magic and the kaleidoscope and then put it on black. I mean, I've put it in and used it like for additional sparkles and stuff, but the way she did that, and Lisa even texted me, she put me in the chat here, but she texted me, she's like, oh my God, that was amazing. I love that idea. Now I have like a ton of ideas of like doing rainbows and fades, and I'm like, yeah, never amazing. I know. You may see that come up in the Christmas card making, the holiday card making party, because I think that is a really cool, easy background and so much stuff you can do with that as well. So there are 32 ways you can use the kaleidoscope powder. If you scan the QR code on the back of the thing, it takes you to a little download, and you can see, I'm pretty sure it's 32 ways that you can use it. But yeah, I love that idea, and paint it on. As I've done it and mixed it and like painted with the roller skates, and I've used it as a paste with some of the glow in the darks and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so well, that was really cool. Lisa says I have plenty of Maker's Magic and make a lot of color. You can also take some of the Maker mixing bottles, Lisa, put some of the Maker's Magic in it and put the kaleidoscope in, and then just use the labels, and then you'd have little bottles like this. And of course they've got the nozzle on top too, so you can, do it that way as well. So you can do that too. So you can do that with the Maker mixing bottles and make your own colors. You can also mix in with it glitters and make your own custom colors of glitters. And you can do it with reinkers too. You can put a few drops of reinker in and make your own colors. So it can be translucent colors, or they can be if you add a little bit of the white, there'll be opaque colors, like all that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, lots and lots of different options in there too. So just throwing those out there too. You can do that as well. So let's pick a winner. First of all, we have a drum roll now. We're all fancy here now. Thanks, Lisa. Open my spreadsheet. And our winner is Cindy Vincent. So congrats, Cindy. As I say, I'm going to do, make sure you stick around. We've got Joy's video next. And then I'm going to do a $25 winner and do a free order. And also ThermoWeb gave us a freebie. So I've got all of those to give away. I don't know why that just opened itself. Go away. So I have all of that coming up. Also, pretty bizarre. My email's just open for absolutely no reason, which I don't want. All right, so there's that. But I do want to talk about Marshmallow Paste for a second. I also need to just find Joy's video. So let's get that up and ready as well. Oh yeah, she's making a flip book. So we have that. So let's just talk for a second about kaleidoscope powder. I've got kaleidoscope powder on the brain now. Marshmallow paste. So a couple of people asked about it. Everyone's been, or not everyone, but a few of the girls have used it in their videos. But so what you do is you just put it on. The one thing I'm going to say is though, don't put it on like a paste. Don't put it on thick with a spatula. Do a little bit with a paintbrush. You'll get much better result because a little bit of this really, really goes a long way. You just paint it on. You can wait for it to dry. You'll get less of a puff. If you do it while it's wet, you'll get more of a puff. And then once it's puffed, let it harden. Okay, so play around with it. Also, your humidity is going to make a little bit of difference. So I'm going to say play around with it. Try putting it on, letting it dry, puffing it. Just take a little tag, like put it on, let it dry, puff it, put it on, puff it, and see the difference. And you'll find that the amount of humidity in the air, like when I do this in Arizona, it's different to when I do it here at home in Florida. Also, how much heat you give it depends on how much puff. You can stop at any point, but you do want to let it dry once you've puffed it. That's when it like brushes straight off, is when you haven't let it dry. So give it a little bit of time. Again, just play around with your humidity, just a little bit on there as well. And then coloring marshmallow paste. So the additive that makes it puff is naturally white, and you cannot change the color of that additive. I spoke to the chemist who created it, and they said that yes, I could have different color additives put in, but there is no way to actually change the color of the additive once it's in the paste. So that being said, you can puff it, the paste itself will take the color, the additive will not. So you can put a little bit of this down on your surface, mix in some re-inker, you can mix in some alcohol ink. The two will give you different effects. So again, fun thing to play around with. Just be careful if you put alcohol ink in, it is alcohol, it's flammable, just be gentle. Also, you can put this on, puff it, let the puff dry and solidify with it, and then make your own sprays. So if you just like, make a little color spray like this, you can then spritz over the top and some of the additive will take in some of that color. So again, play around with it. I would suggest just making a tag and like put it on, puffed it straight away, put it on, let it dry, puffed it. And then I would do whichever your favorite is, then do that and be like colored beforehand and then colored after with a spray. So there's kind of like lots of different, ways you can color this, but just know the additive in it is going to stay pretty white and it's not going to take out much of that color just because of the nature of what it is. I did do some chemistry research and things, but I wanted to pass that on. So for those of you who are asking about coloring marshmallow paste, yes, you can color it, but coloring it before and coloring it after is going to give you a different effect. And letting it dry and puffing it while it's wet, again, different effects. So all the effects are cool. You just have to find the effect that you want. And the more you puff it, the more you heat it, the more it's going to puff. Also, if you heat it from underneath, so if you like put it down, put your heat gun on top, it's going to puff a little bit. If you want more puff, heat it from under the paper. So like have your paper like this and do your heat gun underneath, and it's going to puff and puff and puff and puff and puff even more. Yes, please don't eat it. There are things in there that would probably not do you any good. So please don't eat it. I think it even says on there at some point, adult use only. We had to put that on there just in case. So yeah, so that's marshmallow paste. Hopefully that answers everyone's question. If you've got another question about marshmallow paste, drop it down in the comments below, and we will answer those. I just want to check something just while, if you've got any questions, drop them down there. I'm gonna give it a second. So yeah. Okay, and then people were asking, so we have the holiday card making class coming up It's 2 weeks time on the Sunday. I'm going to get you a link to it. So if you want to sign up, you can. There is a VIP option as always to get you up for all the bonuses and goodies and whatnot. Wow. Thanks, Lisa. You are a step ahead of me. And invites and countdowns, and you get emails like when stuff's coming up and all kinds of fun stuff. Like we're learning over time. So that's coming up 2 weeks on Sunday, 2 weeks tomorrow. And we'll be making all kinds of holiday cards. I'm going to make some Hanukkah cards in there as well. Again, just lots of tips and tricks and techniques. And we're going to use the Christmas release from this year mainly, a couple of the older things, but that's on there too. I just want to check the settings on this. Okay. All right. All right, so Joy's video is 55 minutes, I think. Yeah, nearly 56 minutes. So I want to make sure we hop into that on time because we still have all the giveaways to do and stuff at the end. I'm looking for the paper to position yourself. So it's called a maker's map, but it's currently out of stock. Grace. So it's currently out of stock on that one. All right, so I'm going to jump into Joy's video because as I say, I got some fun stuff to round out the day. So make sure you stick around if you can. Lisa's going to hop out because she has homecoming and she's got to help her daughter and things. So it will just be me, but you do not want to miss some of the things I've got coming up for you. So let's do a screen share.
Hey, this is Joy. Welcome back to the virtual craft retreat. On the next slide, you're going to see supplies that you need, so please take a screenshot. Today, we're going to be making a Christmas flip book of sorts, and I use this every year to keep my holidays together, from my planning to my recipes to pictures that I take, even donations I take for different charities. So let's get into this. I am using 4 white 5x7 envelopes, so whatever you use for an A7. And right above the crease of the envelope, at 1/4 inch, I am scoring it again all the way across. And I do that using a EK tool scoreboard. You can use whatever you have. And I'm using the pencil scoring tool from Maker Forte. I find that one to be the easiest. And again, make sure that you're scoring 1/4 inch from the natural crease, because what we're going to do is make a spine for the book. I'm kind of showing you that on screen. I'm a little bit off screen for some of this, and that's just because I need to be able to see what I'm doing too, because it is a pretty intricate thing. But take your time. Remember, envelopes are much thinner cardstock than regular cardstock, so it's very easy to poke this. So I find that using an ATG gun or tape is the strongest. I do sometimes use Barely Art glue for this, but you need to put down very minimal to keep the warping down. So what I do once I have the tape down is I then take the closed part of an envelope and I butt that up to the crease, the one that we scored. So it would be the center. You've got the center, like that came from the manufacturer, and then you've got the one that we scored at 1/4 inch, and I am butting that up to that crease. And I am taking my time so that my book is going to be even. You don't want your layers to be all wobber-jawed. Here I am drawing a line with a pencil. This is not necessary. I am doing that so that you can see what I am doing, because I realize that the white on white scoring is not an easy thing to see, especially for any of us that we're readers, bifocals, or we need them. So eventually we're going to have all 4 envelopes done, And you're going to see that we're going to be left with one flap that's hanging out. And we are going to use that. So make sure not to glue that down or anything like that. I am sorry that my head gets in the way again. I'm going to say that a few times during this process, because with a book, it is so important to get your binding and your layers even. Otherwise, when you fold it together, you're going to get bowing and warping. And let's face it, when you read a book, you don't like it when the pages are bound incorrectly. Now that I've got that envelope down, I am erasing that, and I just wanted you to see how this is going to go together now. You're going to see that we've got 4 things, that we've got that tab that's going to curl around the front. Next, I am using 4 of the red matting layers. Now, if you decide to use the pink and purple papers that were included in the kit, then you would need to adjust your colors. But these are all measuring 5 by 7, and I am applying these to the back side of the envelope. So when you look at an envelope, you've got the inside part that's cut shorter because you're putting your letter down in it. This is the back side. This would be the side that you would write your address on. I know that I'm overstating this, but I can just see things going awry. Now, I center these in between the score lines, and I try to get the margins correct and the height correct. I don't want anything whopper jawed. Here I'm using my T-ruler just to measure. What I'm doing here is I am going to mat that flap that's on the inside of the envelope, so that's the short section. And those red mats are going to measure, let me make sure I get this correct, 3 3/4 by 7. So basically it's much smaller than the original mat. And I am applying those again on that inner envelope flap so that they're equal. And I use my Barely Art glue. Now, a tip with this is to take your ink smooshing tool and guide that. And so you're going to get a really nice adhesion. You're not going to see glue marks. You're not going to see any type of warping from it. Also, this reinforces your score lines. You can use a bone folder, but since you've already got the ink smooshing tool out, just go ahead. Now, I want you to find 2 pieces of paper that have a vertical design. One is going to be for the back and one is going to be from the front. So the front is going to be the piece where the outside flap folds over. For this one, I chose the Ho 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 paper. I just thought that that was cute, and that's where I'm showing you how it's going to open. Okay? I'm making sure that you're seeing the orientation on all of these, and I want to I'm absolutely overkilling this. I make one of these books every year, but I only make one a year. I am not a flip book professional. I am pretty amateur when it comes to it. Now, before I didn't do that back piece yet because I wanted to stay straight in my mind. So I'm using the printed papers that measure 3.5 by 6 3/4. So basically they're about 1/4 inch shorter than your red mats. And I am just trying to choose a color layout so that I have a little bit of interest in my book. These are just layers for right now. And you can glue those in any way that makes you happy. I think I actually changed my mind once I start gluing, but I wanted you to see this so that to plan out your book. So I start out by gluing down the first one, and for that one I am using a green snowman. So for my next one, I'm going to use one that's more of a white base or more of the solid with just some polka dots. It's a little bit busy, but not much once we start getting into this. My next layer is going to be another green. You can see I'm kind of alternating the colors. Any of the colors work fine. All of these papers were meant to work together. So you by all means could do whatever makes you happy. Here I'm using the darker Ho 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 green one with the Santa Clauses. And then for my final one, I am choosing the stripe page, and that's just because it's a little bit more neutral. And again, there's no right or wrong way to do this. If you're using the other paper pad or a pad that you have at home, you can absolutely follow through with everything that I'm doing. This is just putting things together at this point. So now you're going to see that I have some of the back sides of the envelopes. And again, I'm just pointing that out that we have more to go. Now those strips that we had left from cutting the vertical parts of our thinner pages, those fit the flap. So those I cut down to 6.75 inches, and those actually fit the flaps. So I pick one for each side. I think I use the blue stripe for the outside, and I use the polka dot one for the inside of the flap. If you don't want to decorate the flaps, you don't have to. I just think that the more layers you use, the stronger your book is going to be. Now I am making pockets, and those strips measure, let me make sure I get this correct, 2 strips. Those are being cut to, oh Lord, 2 and 5.5, and they're being scored at 1/4 inch. Now you're going to see that I am gluing those sides, and then I realize I have a design flaw, and I'm leaving that in so you can see it. I end up wiping that glue off, which is the wonderful thing to do with glue, is if you miter those corners before you glue it down, you're going to get a really nice pocket. Now I don't bother to do an inner flap because I'm not going to hold a whole lot. And I did mat that with the remaining strips of the larger printed papers on there. And again, I just used the leftovers. They were perfectly sized, and I trimmed those down to be 4 3/4, because once you end up taking that 1/2 inch off of, when you score, you're going to end up having a perfect pocket. So now we've got pockets on these red mats. So I like, in my journals or my flip books, I like to have a lot of places to mat photos and to write things that are going on during my holidays, certain memories. So for this thing, I am using a piece of white cardstock. It's a smooth cardstock, perfect for stamping and Copic coloring, because that is what I'm going to do. And that one measures 4 3/4 by 6.5. That way I have a lot of room for the wreath to poke out of the pocket. So I end up stamping that 2 or 3 times with Eclipse Black ink. And this is from the wreath stamp set. And I am doing that because this is a new stamp. I forgot to prime it with our primer. If you use our prime time, you won't have this issue, and you could probably stamp it one time and be done. So I also am stamping the Merry Christmas in the Independence ink. I always like to have pops of red on my cards and on my designs. Now, granted, this book is full of a lot of red because it's Christmas, but that's just what I do. I also like teals, and since I chose this paper, it kind of had some light greens, some teals, some beiges, along with the reds. So during Inktoberfest, I heard you guys say, ooh, Copic coloring, I want to see that. So I am leaving in my entire process. For the sake of the video, I am using like 2 and 3 color blends. Typically when I color with Copics, I do a 4 to 5 color blend, but this is kind of an entry-level coloring. We have very small images that don't allow for a lot of different midtones, so I want this to be attainable for anybody. Now, if you don't have Copics, use any alcohol marker that you have, or use any medium. So what you're seeing me do is I'm taking a BG13. In every place that I want the BG13, I am coloring. And the thing that's nice about Copics are, you can put the color down, and a year later you can come back and you can still blend with them. So you don't necessarily have to have a wet cardstock to get a really good blend. I do recommend not leaving a year in between, but I've never had an issue where I couldn't go back and fix a Copic coloring. So along with my BG13, I bring in a BG72, which is my midtone. And by midtone, that is the color that you see the most. Now on some of the images, I did not bring in the shadow color, which is the BG75. And that's just because of the sheer size of the item. And again, I wanted to keep this simple as far as the coloring goes. Now on those stripes of the present, I put in a light coat of that BG13 and I barely touched it with the BG72, and that's because of the size. Now remember, the papers all have like a cream tone in it, so I am doing this gingerbread man with a an E35, 37, and 39. I'm also doing the trunk of the tree. I'm doing the deer's head. Anything that should be brown, I am starting with that E35. And that's just because we're trying to get it done. Now I am coming in with the E37 with the gingerbread. Typically I would do nice smooth lines, but because this is a cookie, and when you look at gingerbread cookies, there's a lot of texture. So I am actually dotting or stippling. So in the parts that would have a shadow, I'm keeping the dots small, but very close together. And then as it goes out, they're becoming more spread apart. And right now it looks kind of a mess, and that's what happens when you stipple. Now you're going to see with the deer's face, I'm keeping it really smooth. I'm putting the shadow down towards the bottom of the nose and under the antlers. I am now coming back to the gingerbread. I am still dotting that E35, and I'm using really big dots, and what that does is it fills in the gaps between the 3.9 and the 3.7 so that you get a more seamless blend. And then I end up filling in the rest of the tree trunk and the deer's face. That same E35 I am using on the bell. If you use a warm brown under a yellow, it makes the yellow pop to create a gold tone. So I used the E35, then I used a Y18, I believe, and now I'm coming in with the Y26, and the Y26 is what's really giving it that gold Christmas tone. Now you could do it silver and use like different cool grays. I wanted to use the gold because I'm picking up the beiges in our paper that we're using. Now our reds, I am using an R24, a 27, and a 29. And again, usually when I do a red, I add 2 more colors, but we're keeping this really simple. So everywhere that I want red, I am coloring with the R24. I'm doing parts of the ornaments. Now, some of the ornaments I had done blue and then red. I find that you need to color everything on your picture before you do reds, because reds tend to bleed. And even though you've got a colorless blender to erase mistakes, you never get rid of red. So I always color the red last. That's why the blue package, the stripes in the blue package were done, and now the red. Now for most of the reds, I left out the 2-7, and that's just because of the size, and I'm just putting in some shadows into our reds. Now for the snowman, I am using a B as in Victor, 00, and a BG10. And I am putting those, I'm actually overlapping those. So I put the BV00 in 2 different spots on the head and the body. And then I color over it with a BG10, and you get this kind of an icy bluish gray color. And that is how you do snow. When you do snow, snow is not really white. You're going to see like different colors of grays, and it will pick up the other colors around it. So those are the colors I go with typically. Now I'm doing the Santa's beard, and I am using a W1 and a W3. I usually flick away from me better. Sometimes people flick better towards them. You're going to have to figure that out. Now I went a little heavy with the the W3. So I came in with a colorless blender, and I sort of just muted the two. Now I am coming in with skin tones. And again, when I do skin tones, I do about 5 colors. Here I am doing E00 and 021. And the 021 is going to be the darker color, and that's going to go around the hairline and where the hat is so that it has a shadow. I am using the R11 to give some rosy cheeks. Now sometimes I use an R20, but I thought that would be too garish on these little guys. So here's a picture of this. Now you're going to see that when we stamped the hat, the stocking, the scarf on the snowman, all those things, and even the holly leaves and the berries on the bell stamped in black. And I was okay with that because I'm going to come in and do something different. But when you have an outline image, you either have the choice of masking or stamping in another color. So we could have done like Desert Sand by Memento and done a no line coloring, but that is just too much. So what I have opted to do, after I blended the neon lights around the edges of the paper just to give it dimension, I am taking my Barely Art glue. You can use the glue that's included. My craft room is an absolute disaster, and I can't find where I put it. And I know that as soon as I am done recording this video, it'll pop up. So for right now, I'm using my Barely Art glue, and then I'm taking the red glitter that we got in our kit, and I am covering that pretty generously. And any place that there's glue, the glitter's gonna stick. And now look at this. Now we've got ornaments, we've got shiny hats, we've got a shiny scarf, and that black doesn't even show through. Pretty cool. Now I'm using the same size cardstock that we used for this last panel, and I am stamping the house from the Christmas Critters set. And this reminds me of a cute little gingerbread house. In fact, that's kind of how we colored it. And I am leaving in this coloring again for those of you who asked to see Copic coloring. I am using pretty much the same colors that we used on the first image. I am pretty much coloring the entire house in an E35 because that is my highlight color, and I am just moistening the paper. I will come back in and go back over this E35 later. I know right now that you're seeing a lot of striations and stuff because I'm not doing any type of blending, and that goes against most of my coloring rules, but right now it's about getting the color down. I do put in at the top of the chimney stacks, and I end up going over that with an E39 because really that would be a shadow. So I am going in heavy under the ledge where the roof would be hanging over, so it would be a shadow with this E39. And you're going to see I kind of round that off at the corners, and that's just because we want to give it dimension. I also do a shadow line above the snowbank because the snow would leave a shadow on the gingerbread house. Okay? And that's where I'm going with that. Also, where the shutters and the windows are, that's going to leave a shadow over the brick or whatever the finish of the gingerbread house would be. I am outlining the door because the woodwork would do the same thing. Now, we are not getting into like super crazy shading. We're doing basic Copic coloring for the time that we have aligned. Now, this ornament is going to leave a ginormous shadow as well, so I put in that. Now, my mid-tone color is the E35, so you're going to see that I'm putting a lot of that in. I am blending out my shadows, and I'm adding to the shadows. So when you add a lighter color, it sort of pushes the shadow back, and then that mid-tone becomes the main color of the house. I leave very minimal spots where that E35, which is our lightest color, showing through. And that's just because we want some dimension to this house, even though we have a flat surface, depending on what lights are going on. Let's say there are street lights, let's say there are things are going on, you're going to have some color variation. I am coloring the hearts inside of the shutters, which goes against my rules. I normally color everything else before I do a red, but I wanted to remind myself to have a red heart. I am now coming in and doing the shingles of the roof. So I'm using I think it's a C7, and that's a really dark gray. And so where the shadow of the snow is, where it's overhanging the roof, I'm putting a really dark line, and then all the little squiggly lines that form the shingles, I am putting those underneath that line. Then I come in with the C5, and I go right below those lines, blending out the C7 into the C5. The C5 is your mid-tone, and by mid-tone, when you look at something, that is the core color that you see. And then all that white space, I'm going to take a C3, and I'm very lightly coloring that. I don't want to wash out my shadows, but I want there to be some dimension in these shingles, because when you look at shingles on a house, a lot of times they have like 3 and 4 different color shingles on the house. So that's the illusion I'm trying to give. Now we're doing the same thing that we did with the snowman. We are outlining the snow in a BG10, and I'm just following the curves of the snow. And then I'm adding some of the BV00 to give it that grayish look. And then I start working on the shutters. So all of the shutter I am coloring in a C3, my lightest color. And I am making sure not to run in to that red heart, which is, you've got to be very careful. Otherwise, you're going to carry that red all throughout that gray, and it's going to look like a mess. And I do that on both sides. Now I am taking the C7, and I'm very finely kind of pushing out the color towards the outer part of each of the shutters. And that is going to be my shadow area. And that's because I'm imagining these shutters open and close. So that would be where that joint would be. Then I come in with that C5 and I extend that. And you're going to see that that looks pretty garish right now next to that C3. So I come in with the C3 and I blend that out, and it becomes a pretty smooth blend. Now I am doing the door, and I'm coloring the entire thing in the R24. That's my lightest color. And I'm still keeping with the same 3 blends, the R24, 27, and 29. So next I come in with the, what do I come in with? The R29. And I'm going around the outsides of the door. I am kind of curving those in around the corners to kind of give it a little bit of character. But I'm keeping that shadow for the most part on the outer edges. I did dot in some R29 in those hearts. And then I did the R27. Now the windows, you're going to see I didn't do the whole thing yellow. I just did that Y18. And I left a lot of white space. And that's because I want there to be the illusion of frost or light bouncing. I colored in the Y18 on the ornament, just along the stripes. Now, with this ornament, I came in with my R24 and I left a lot of white space. And that's because when you have a round metallic item, you're going to have a lot of different areas that are white and beaming with light. So that's what gives you the illusion that it's round. I come in with the R27 and I kind of color in the middle of that. And then with the R29, I dot in some shadow and I still leave that white highlight. It's much smaller than it was before. And I leave those two stripes white just to give some interest. Here I am using my T-square ruler. I am not measuring the width of the lines because this is for me. This is my journal. This is for me. And I'm just using a pencil. And I am drawing in my lines so that I can either make a list or journal about whatever day. I do come in with that Neon Lights ink and I lightly add that to the panel just like I did before because I like a little bit of dimension. And I use a piece of the ephemera. I cut that down to say celebrate and I put those two both in the pockets. So now we've got two of our big areas now decorated. Now I am taking a strip and I want to say it's about 2.5 by 5-ish. And I am stamping down the dachshund with the presents and also a Merry Christmas. And from the farmhouse small fonts, I am using the 2 to make a 2 like a tutu for the year 22. And I am stamping that down in Eclipse black ink. So obviously I had to clean off my stamp really well so that I could restamp the 2. Now I'm coming in with the apostrophe to make it look like the year 22. I didn't want anybody to be confused like it was supposed to be 25. You could do that if you had a piece of ephemera, that said 25 to make it look like Christmas. Now I am taking my scissors. If you have a seam ripper, you can use that too, but I am just distressing the edges. Now if you want to further distress it, you could use some of the flat white or the Eclipse black just to add some more layers around the side. That wasn't important to me because this is something that I kind of tote around in my bag with me. I take with me when I do stuff. So I stamped everything in black. I didn't bother coloring this because this is going to be the outside. I used a dachshund. Now I don't have a dachshund. My grandmother used to. We have a lot of dogs and cats in my family, so it was only fitting that I used a critter. I used some of the twine and I tied it around that flap with a snowflake. I then used some Velcro for my stash. I would have preferred it to be white or even a magnet. So I printed off a Christmas shopping list and I printed it down to be about 65% size. And I also did that with a 2022 December calendar. You can find these for free online anywhere. And I'm just showing you that lifts up. And now here I left the envelopes, the pockets open so that you can slide more stuff in it. So like if you're shopping and you want to put your receipts in there, you can do that. We're going to make some tags and stuff. You're going to see I made one more pocket and I used an envelope punch to make that little tab on there. But I use all of these pockets as areas to put my gift cards, to put my gift receipts, to put my shopping list, to put my photos that we take. I also added some twine to a paper clip just by tying that on so that you can add more stuff. That's what's holding in my shopping list. Now I will probably use 2 or 3 shopping lists because I usually have one per person, but I just wanted to give you the idea. This is the back where I use the tree paper. That's why I said use the vertical. And you can use that as a place to mount a photo, or you can keep it just as it is. So for this one, this is an A2 envelope that we all have in our stash. I am using Speckled Egg Distress Oxide ink because it's one of my favorite colors. It matches really well with the color of our book. So I wanted to keep that theme, and it's a great snow or sky color. Depending on what you put it with, it can go blue or it can go green. So that's why I use it. So on the right hand side, I go a little bit higher, and then I kind of slope that down onto the left. Here I'm using my Totally Awesome rag, and I am making sure that my mouse pad is completely clean because this is going to be a double-sided object that we're going to see and that we're going to have our hands on. And again, I am doing very simple stamping, and I am using the Christmas Critters. I'm using the smaller house. I think it looks like a gingerbread, and I am stamping that down with Eclipse black ink. And you're going to see that I stamped a little dog that was running. I have a Yorkie. His name is Rupert. He yaps, he barks, he's a lunatic, and he no more runs down to the bottom of the steps of my deck, goes to the bathroom, and he runs right back up. If he goes out the front door, he runs out to see who's out there, and then he runs right back up onto my porch. So I made sure that I had a running dog that was running maddeningly, I can't say that word, obviously, toward my house. And then I have multiple cats. I have 2 birds. We call ourselves the zoo. I am sure at some point you have probably heard my birds scream, or my cats meow, or my dogs bark. And I try to mute things because sometimes I don't say nice things back. But don't hold that against me. I have animal antics all day long. So I stamped down the 2 cats and the running dog with Eclipse black ink so that they are in the snow kind of hanging out. And that's actually what my cats do. They love the snow. They burrow in it, they have fun in it, and it's stupid. You would think it would be the dog, but no, it's the cats. I am stamping the Meowie Christmas from the Christmas Critter Sentiment stamp set that we received, and that's an Independence Red. And I just like that because it's a pop of red. I'm not coloring anything because these envelopes are so thin that most mediums besides a colored pencil would most likely bleed right through. So that's what I do. And the reason I am making this envelope is because I take up a collection for dog shelters or animal shelters every year. So people either give me gift cards or they give me money. And at the end of the year, I donate it to my local animal shelter. So you're going to see that on the back, but I wanted you to know why we're making an envelope. You could make an envelope for your receipts. You could make them for recipes or gift cards, whatever it is that you want to do. But I know that I've got a book made of envelopes, and now I'm putting an envelope inside, but that's just what I do. I added some of the presents, and I added some of the snowflakes. Now, using the Farmhouse mini font, I am stamping out the word shelter. So obviously I have to use the E twice, so I make sure I get my spacing correct, and I stamp all of them in Eclipse black. And that is going to go inside one of the pockets of my book. I am using a manila shipping tag from Maker Forte, and I am stamping Speckled Egg Distress Oxide onto that with a blending brush. And I'm using a kind of a heavy coat on that because I don't want a lot of the manila showing through. I'm one of these weirdos that if you have a white book you don't use ivory. Or if you, I don't know, how do I want to say it? I don't mix vintage with modern very often, so I'm just trying to kind of disguise the fact that this is a manila envelope, and I'm trying to make it match the color of our book. Now, granted, I am not getting a perfect blend. I want some of it to be blotchy because I'm kind of giving the illusion that this is a snowy sky or snowy scene in general. That seems to be the thing that I'm doing these days. My intention was to use that little snowman piece that's over on the right, but I changed my mind, and you're going to see that later on. But I'm just leaving in the entire process. I hope that you go along with me. I am using some heavy body acrylic paint. I think this was from Hobby Lobby, but you could use anything. You could even use the Snow Flurries pigment ink. I actually think it works better. I water that down and I splatter it like I always do using a fan brush because that gives the perfect splatter. Now you're going to see that that was a little bit heavy in some areas, and instead of drying it with a heat gun, I decided to just lay it off to the side. I printed out 8 tags. I only used 3. When I say printed, I cut them out with my scan and cut. So if you have a silhouette, a Cricut, a cut and scan, or even dies in your stash, just cut them out. I don't care what they are. I used red, and then I measured out some rectangles that would fit inside. And since my tags are rounded, I am using my Crocodile, and I am using the 1/2 inch corner rounder side of it, and I'm just rounding my corners. I think that adds a professional look. If you were to put like squares in there when you have a rounded thing, it would look weird. So I use some adhesive on the back of my square because I know that I'm going to have to stamp this a couple times. I am using one of the wreaths from the wreath stamp set, and I am stamping that off center with Snow Flurries pigment ink. I left my lid off of my ink pad and I have not re-inked it, so I've had to stamp this a few times. You will not have to do that if you're more responsible than I am, but like I said, my craft room is a disaster and there's just no way to describe it. So I stamped this 2 or 3 times. I sometimes use my ink smusher and sometimes I use my fist. I think it just depends on how frustrated I am. And it does stick, but it stays in place on my mat because I use some adhesive. And now I am using the Seasons Greeting sentiment. And I am choosing to stamp this with Eclipse black ink just because I like the look of black stamping on white. And I think it's gorgeous. I think that I did. I stamped it a second time because, again, I need to re-ink everything because I've been an ink blending fool since we're coming out of Inktoberfest, which, by the way, we have got a couple more days left. Now, that one tag did not cut with a rounded corner, and I think it's because I had my tags too close, so I just used my scissors to round it off. And now I am applying that to the center, and we've got a really pretty tag. I'm using the other wreath. I think this is my favorite wreath. I love the berries in it. Oh, I just love this. It's kind of rustic. Oh, it just says everything Christmas to me. This is my style, guys. So I did the same thing. I stamped it off center, and I'm leaving this mistake in for you guys. Make sure you clean everything. I am using the Snow Flurries ink, and I think I stamped that down once or twice, which is awesome. However, I did not dry my black ink in between, and I've got a hot mess. So what I did was I took a paintbrush and I wiped all of that off. And then I am coming in with Versamark because my embossing glue is missing again. And I emboss that in white. And now look how stunning that pops off the page. For my last tag, I decided to use the smaller gingerbread house. And that's just because I think it's cute. And I stamped that up with embossing ink as well. And I am embossing that with white powder. And I love this white on this blue cardstock. This was this cardstock from my stash. I have no idea where I got it. So I encourage you to always dig and see what colors you've got to match papers that you have. I'm using my adhesive runner and I am applying that down. Super cute. Now I cut out more ephemera and I'm using my crocodile punch and I am poking holes in that. This one says, I don't know, oh, it says gingerbread. So I am taking some of the blue ribbon that was in our kit. And then I'm using some twine from my stash. It was just a hemp twine. I fed that through the tag. And now I am tying that around the blue ribbon. And I'm pulling that tight so that it stays in place. And I am all thumbs. No pun intended, since I really am trying to maneuver this with my thumbs right now. I don't know why I'm struggling with ribbons today. So I move that to the front, and I make sure I get the knot in the front as well. And then I just tie a simple bunny loop bow. Again, this is just frightening that it's taking me so long to do this, but here's the finished product. Now for this tag, my daughter likes to make cookies. She makes gingerbread cookies. So I will, on the back of that, I will post a small picture, like a passport size picture, and put that on the back of her making cookies. Now where those berries would be on the holly, I put down some of my wet glue and I am applying the red glitter from my stash. Or no, I'm sorry, from the box. And look how pretty that little pop of red is. Isn't that darling? Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Now here's my favorite tag. And where all of those little berries are, again, I am just dotting my glue on. Kind of redundant, but it makes my heart happy. I am not a lover of glitter because it gets everywhere. I end up having it everywhere typically. Today I was really good and didn't. But I love the way glitter looks on cards or on anything. All the shimmers, all the blings, they make me happy in this world, and I think that they belong on every project that we do. You see how careful I am about tapping this out so that I don't have it anywhere. And I make sure not to have my ceiling fan on so I don't have anything blowing. I'm super, super careful. I'm so proud of myself. I mean, man, this might call for a latte when this is done. I mean, yeah, I don't have to clean this stuff. Yay! I'm sure you're all making fun of me right now, but that's fine. So this wreath didn't have a lot of berries on it, but on the tips of the evergreens and wherever I thought we needed a berry, I dotted the glue down, and I'm adding the exact same glitter. I am loving the glitters today. I mean, for a person that doesn't glitter, I'm glittering. So I'd love to know, do you guys use glitter and what do you use it for? I'm hoping to show a couple more techniques with glitter in another video. If it hasn't already played, I don't know what order these are going in, but my plan is to do that, and we'll see. And here we are, we're glittering, and we've got berries, and the berries show up very nicely on that white stamping, and my heart is dancing. Yay! Right. Do you love the way that's funneling in? No mess on my desk. Mark that on the calendar. I'm using what I call the little snowball fringe, and I am tying a red bow on it. I probably should have used a little bit longer bow. However, I didn't. So with these tags, I told you that I was going to either put small pictures on it, or if something really funny or something really cool happens, like I'm going to a couple concerts, gonna go see the Siberian Orchestra, gonna go see Mercy Me, and I know we're gonna go to a couple different Christmas light things. So I will add pictures to the backs of these, or I will write down things, or I'll put my ticket stubs. And if I don't put it on the back of tags, then I will just throw them into the pockets of our book. So that is just how I use these books. Like I said, I have one every year. Sometimes I do it in a 3-ring binder. Sometimes I do it with envelopes. Sometimes I do it inside of a mini planner if I find something on clearance. But I really like doing this with the pattern papers and envelopes because it gives a lot of handmade charm and a lot of character. And every time I think back to my Christmas memories, it's always the handmade ornaments that my mom made out of dough or out of ceramics. I mean, those are the things that make me happy and have been heirlooms in my family. I can go to Michael's and I can buy the newest thing, or I can go to Hobby Lobby or Kirkland's or wherever it is that you shop, Macy's, wherever, Nordstrom's, and buy all the shiny things, and I like it. But at the end of the day, when I open up my box of ornaments, I ooh and I awe, and sometimes I even cry when I open up some of the ornaments that my mom made for me, or things that I made in Girl Scouts, or the stuff that my kids made in Scouts or at school. So I actually prefer this journal over a planner or over a binder, just because it's something that I made. Now we're coming back to that manila tag that we ink blended on. And I am just using 2 random strips, and I'm gluing those across. I realize that they don't have full pictures of anything. They're just there to give some interest and some texture, because I love all the things texture. And I'm cutting those off so that they're even, and they're going to serve as a ground. I am stamping that cute little dachshund. I wish it was a Yorkie or a Husky, but we're just going to pretend that it is, or we're going to pretend that it was my grandma's dog. That's what it is. We're going to call her Ginger. And I stamp her down. Now you're going to see some of those spots didn't stamp, and that happens with the house too. And that's because the acrylic paint has a different texture. It's raised up, so it's not going to look like the best stamping. I put the house on top. Not that I'm crushing the dog. I'm doing it because I need there to be an illusion of a landscape, and like the dog is out on the front lawn. So I stamped this house, the same one that we use in the bigger page, and we only get a portion of it, which is just fine with me. And I keep it black and white, or I guess black and speckled egg. And here I'm sitting there going, do I need to restamp this? And I didn't. So what I used was a Copic multi-liner. You could use any thin pen that you have to draw in the lines. You're going to see I did that, and you can't even tell that the stamping wasn't good. And it wasn't because of the stamp or the quality of the stamp. And with Santa Claus and December, that kind of sums up our month of December, that we're going to be celebrating all the holidays. And I am tying this so that there's a little bit of a loop, and I'm doing that so that the tags move, and so that they have the ability of being set off, so that you can see all the things, where if you tied it tight, they would be on top of each other and you would have no idea why you couldn't read anything. So I am struggling with this again because I am all thumbs. I am using the blue and red ribbon from the kit, and I start to weed this through, and I epically fail. Had to pull it out and start again. You didn't see that from the magic of editing. And I'm trying to keep those up straight, and I don't know. I can't for the life of me hold these still. Now, I usually am ambidextrous. Today, I don't know that I could work either of my hands. I'm not sure why, but eventually I use my crocodile to hold the ribbons up straight so that I can wrap the twine around to tie it on. I'm just laughing at myself. I mean, do you guys ever have those days that you cannot tie a knot, tie a bow? So when I finally do get this tied on, I cut my streamer so that I take all the rough edges off and I cut them at a angle. I just use a bunny loop bow to tie this off. It turns out super cute, but I am embarrassed by my ribbon skills today. And normally I can wrap presents, make a bow. I mean, you should see my Christmas tree. I've got these great big huge bows. I make like 3 of them, and they're made from like 4 different strands of ribbon. And each bow is gigantic as a tree topper. And I couldn't tie a simple bow. Here I am again using my T-ruler, and I'm putting in lines, not measuring. I don't have a care in the world other than they're straight. And I am just using a red fine liner. You can use a pencil, you can use a pen, you could decide not to do that. You could put a picture on the back. You could put whatever it is that you want for your book. This is my book. I have a feeling that I will be making more tags and more envelopes as I get closer to December and figure out what I'm doing. Like if I'm going to have a party, I will probably have a checklist that I clip in there. I will definitely take pictures of my family and I will map those in on those empty places, because eventually the receipts and the list might be removed and it might become a picture book. So I showed you how to make the bones of the book. I taught you how to layer paper, for the lack of better words. I'm assuming you all know how to do that, right? But I just wanted you to have something different instead of a card. But we did pretty much all the same things that we do with a card. Here are the last little looks of my tags and my envelope. You can find me at joywilsoninc.com, and that'll take you to all my socials and my YouTube channel. If you're interested in following me, I love hanging out with you guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Joy. Wow. I want one of those books. I need to see if Joy will make me one, because I'm never ever going to get the time to sit down and do that. But that was absolutely amazing. Severe weather. We haven't had anything. You can see that behind me. It still looks lovely. So hope you're all right there, Lisa. But that is a Florida thing. I think we get them all the time. I often get these messages and, you know, like all the texts and stuff coming in. So I hope you're all right, Lisa. Jen says you want a mini Amber. I've got a couple of 100. Yeah, I might need you to just send me one, and then, you know, I can look all professional, Jen, and not, you know, actually have to have done anything. Was it Tilly's birthday? I think it was Tilly's birthday. I actually went and bought a card. I felt so bad, but I did actually go and buy her a card because I didn't get time to make one. So just because I sell all this and I do all of this doesn't mean I always get the time. More time is spent picking and packing orders. We've been shipping like 60 to 100 orders a day to get the backlog from the Inktoberfest party done, because all the stamps came in. So that's kind of how that works. All right. How's everyone enjoyed day one? We have prizes still to go. I got stuff to tell you. You might notice I have a new apron on. I'm going to tell you about that. Awesome day. Great so far. Fabulous day. Yay. I'm so glad you're all enjoying it. And we have a whole day tomorrow, of course, as well. So even more going on there as well. So let's do prizes first of all. Nope, that was the wrong piece. Okay, so I have
2 prizes to give away. So first of all, I have a $25 gift card for Kathy Garrett. Congrats, Kathy. And I also have a Thermaware goodie pack for Eileen Briggs. So congrats to you, Eileen, as well. And then we have a free order. I wrote that down too. So give me a second. I just got to find my notepad. Let's do that. And I'm going to write it in here because Lisa has left to do homecoming. So I'm making sure that I write these things down for her. So our winner for the free order is Bethany Scott. Congrats, Bethany. And it's for order 23135. So Lisa will sort that out with you next week as well. So there is the new release collection. I don't know if I have the link to it. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna find it. There it is. I think I found it. There we go. So I'm going to put the full release down in the chat for you as well. And don't forget, you can also sign up for the holiday crafter party. No. Okay. Here's the link. So it's totally free to come. It's 2 weeks tomorrow. We're making all kinds of holiday cards, Hanukkah cards, Christmas cards, holiday projects, all that kind of stuff as well. So you can do that. And there is a VIP option too. But who wants us to do the crafter party again next year? Like, do you think we should keep doing these next year? Or do you want to do something different next year? Yes. Okay, so I'm glad you said that because we planned on doing them next year. If you'd have all said no, I think I'd have been in trouble at that point. So I have something special because you are our alumni. So you can now get your tickets for next year. You can do a season pass, and we haven't raised the price for our alumni for this year, and we didn't raise it last year. So basically you're getting the price from 2 years ago. So anyone else who signs up, they will pay more, but we're keeping the price the same for you guys as well. And you'll still get the boxes, the coupons, all the stuff. You just get it at 2 years ago price. So we just kept it going. But we have some bonuses. So if you want to do the season pass, you can do it all in one, or you can do it in 3 payments, I think it is. But we have some bonuses, of course, if you sign up because you're alumni. So first of all, you'll get the new Maker Forte apron. You cannot buy these. These are not going in the store. You will only get one of these if you get a season pass on there as well. We're also going to give you a $25 gift card that you can use. Lisa will get those sent out if you sign up this weekend before we tell everyone else that the season passes are available. And you also will get a coupon that will give you 50% off any one item in the store, and you can use that. Usual exemptions apply. Like Lisa will do all of that for you as well. Bethany says, is it funny? I would do it just for the apron. The aprons are really nice. Like, I'll stand up. I put mine on so you can see. So it goes down to like, I'll stand that so you can see. So they're like smock length, and they got 2 really cool little pockets in here, or 3 actually. You got 3 pockets for all your tools. So it's like having a smock, but you've got the top bit as well. And this is actually embroidered on the top there. So you had that. So we had the really nice ones, and I had them all custom embroidered as well here in America too. So it says live, laugh, love, learn. So you'll get one of those. And I'm also trying to work on patches. So you'll get patches to go on them. That's my plan for next year as well. So yes, I'm not very tall either, Lisa. So yes, you've got, so it's embroidered on there. This bit's adaptable. And then you've got the 3, you can even just fold it over and use it like a smock if you want to, but you've got the 3 pockets on there. And if I get my own way, we'll have patches to go on them as well. So fingers crossed. Yeah, So it was funny. This morning I was getting dressed for the party today, and I had to find a dress that had some black on the bottom so I could wipe my hands on my dress and no one would notice and it wouldn't ruin the dress. So Gina's shaking her head at me. But yes, I really did do that this morning. So that's on there as well. So we'll all be Maker Forte Scouts. Yes. And then I think I found someone who can make the patches for me here locally too, which would be even better. So maybe we'll like, I don't know, have to have a book of things you can complete as you do like camps and stuff. Maybe you could get extra patches. I don't know, my mind's running wild, but if this person can make me custom patches, it would be even better. So I remember I was in England, it's called brownies, and you do it from like, it's different to here. So we have rainbows, and I think you graduate rainbows at like 7 or 8, and then you go to brownies till you're 12, and then you go to guides and rangers, and I can't remember after that. So we got the patches, and I did every single brownie badge. Like I completed the whole thing. My stash was full, all of that. So yeah, you know, I was that girl. And then I went back and I was a helper. I didn't go to guides. So so you can go now and you can get your season pass ready for next year. I wish Lisa had been here when I showed the aprons, because she actually designed the apron and had them made for me. She found a girl who could embroider them and make them. But I know she's excited about them as well. And you can put your pins on them. And I don't know about past patches, but maybe we can do past patches. I don't know. We'll figure that bit out. Let's see if this girl can make them. Otherwise, we'll find someone else, because I really want patches and badges. I think it'd be really cool. You can get them. As I say, you will not be able to buy these aprons. They are just for season pass holders. You have to be given one. So it's a fun thing. All right, we've done winners. We've done that. I did links. I'm trying to make sure I did everything. Don't forget your code is pumpkin and gives you 15% off. You can stack it on top of the sale 30. I think that's it. So I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. And we'll do some more crafting. Sound good to everyone? Gina says yes. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. I'm actually going to go see what Maddie's up to. Yeah, I'm going to go get some rest. I'm definitely going to do that because we've got another fun packed day tomorrow as well. And I'm super excited. And thank you everyone for bearing with me today. I know I'm not as fast as I normally would be and doing all the things I normally would be. So I appreciate you still coming and hanging out with me and do all that stuff as well. I don't know. Jen says, was I first? Maybe we'll do something for the first person. I'll look. Actually, maybe I can look now. Hang on, Jen. I'm going to look. I have to go into a special thing. The first person. Oh, you were second. You were second, Jen. Chris was first. Chris was first. So yes, so thank you. No, there is no PayPal option, Delina. It does it on the card. So you can either put your card in and you can do one payment or you can do 3 payments, whichever you prefer. So that's on there as well. Amanda set it all up. So we do it on a separate site. So it keeps it all easy when we do the boxes and everything on there as well. So just to let you know, that's why we do it that way. And that's why you can't use coupons or any of that kind of stuff on it. But it means that it keeps it straight so we get the boxes sent out to the right people. So thank you everyone who's signed up already. I can't wait. We'll do a roll call tomorrow morning. I'll let you know how many we've got for next year. I'd love to see you all, of course, next year as well. Yes, there is a specific page. I will drop it once more for you as well. It is super easy. Join thecrafterparty.com. Super easy one. So that's that as well. And I think that's it. It's been a really fun day. I've really, really enjoyed it. I've learned lots. I hope you've all enjoyed it as well. Before we go, drop me a comment to let me know your favorite thing you have learned today. That's what I'd love to know. What was your favorite thing that you learned today? Just drop us a comment. We'll see what everyone says before we go. And don't forget, you get lifetime access to this as well. You'll get all the videos. You get the wrap-up email, all that kind of stuff. Gina liked the gift cards. SPC says I like blending. Melanie says better Copic coloring. Lisa says scene building. So chocolate bar covers, marshmallow pastes.
Talina says buy an extended warranty for your fridge freezer. The mixing the kaleidoscope with glue, I love that. Jen says all of it. Using envelopes for a journal, kaleidoscope powder. So looks like we all got something from today. And I enjoyed doing the blending, but that kaleidoscope powder inside the Maker's Magic, I'm like really excited. I got so many ideas now to do on there as well. So thank you everyone for spending your Saturday with me. We really appreciate you and all of your orders and everything. As you know, like this is my life now. So you are supporting small businesses, and I appreciate you all so much. And I will see you all tomorrow morning, bright and early, 10 a.m. I got lots more things to share with you, cards to make, ideas, and I'll see you in the morning. Happy crafting, everyone. Good night. Good night.